And this morning we're going to hear opening submissions from Ms. Smale, is that right? Ms. Dawson, thank you. It's very hard for us to see you out there. We've got the sun trying to beam through those windows, so we can't actually pick up who's who out there. Sorry.
Tēnā koe e te kaiwhakawā, ki ngā mema o te rōpu whakamana i te tiriti o Waitangi, tēnā koutou, ko Kelly Dawson, tōku ingoa. Today I'm here with Ms. Sapora Cassidy to present the opening submissions for Y2036, which is a claim by Ms. Carmel Heriwini Hona on behalf of Thomas Cassidy and his descendants, and other Māori veterans of nuclear service and their descendants, a number of whom are with us today. Our written opening submissions are document number 3.3.42, and I also wanted to refer the tribunal to document number 3.3.001, which was the original opening submissions that were filed and presented in 2015. I don't propose to repeat what was said there. I just wanted to move on to introduce to you the witnesses who will present today. Before we move on, I just wanted to make an acknowledgement of the passing of Mr. Ahitana Hawea, who was also known as Dick Hawea. Mr. Hawea was a veteran of the Operation Grapple nuclear tests, and he gave evidence in support of this claim in 2015. The Hawea whānau are here with us today, and Margaret Hawea will present evidence on behalf of her whānau shortly. I would also like to acknowledge Mr. Tere Tahi and Mr. John Purcell, both of whom are here today to give evidence. Both Mr. Tahi and Mr. Purcell are veterans of Operation Grapple also, and they both also gave evidence in 2015. Today we will also hear from the Y2036 claimant, Ms. Carmel Heriwini Hona, and her sister Michelle Cassidy, who are two of the daughters of Mr. Thomas Cassidy, another veteran who served at Operation Grapple. We will also hear from two of Mr. Cassidy's granddaughters, Mrs. Alicia Kaupapa and Ms. Patricia Bookless. The Operation Grapple veterans and their whānau have travelled here to share some very personal experiences with the tribunal. Experiences that they believe may have come about due to the service of the Māori nuclear veterans at the British nuclear tests at the Christmas and Malden Islands, which are now part of the Kiribati group of islands, in 1957 and 1958. You will hear how many of the children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren of Operation Grapple veterans have struggled and continue to struggle with numerous medical conditions, many of which their doctors have struggled to explain. You will also hear about some of the relief that the Operation Grapple veterans and their whānau are seeking. This includes receiving timely medical diagnosis and treatment for the conditions that they struggle with, and research so that they can better understand whether the conditions they do struggle with are linked to the service of the Māori nuclear veterans at Operation Grapple. Unless the tribunal has any questions, I'd like to ask our first witness, Mr. Tere Tahi, to come forward.
Any questions? Dr. Phillipson? Dr. Phillipson?
Tēnā koe, thank you, Judge, and thank you for those submissions.
I can give a brief indication that two of the key principles that we are will be making submissions around active protection and the principle of partnership, and in particular around good faith. But I'm happy to do some written submissions and file those as well, if that's helpful.
Yes, that would be. Thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
That would be. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Judge.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou. E kore rātou e kaumātuatia. Pēnei e tātou ko mahu nei. E kore hoki nātou e ngoi kore. ahakoa, pehea ngā ahuatanga o te wā. Te heke ngā tū o te rā. Tainoa ki te aranga mai i te ata. Ka maumahara tonu tātou ki a rātou. Ka maumahara tonu tātou ki a rātou. They shall not grow old, as we are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. We will remember them, lest we forget.
So just briefly, I'll just direct you to the document that has been filed for Mr. Tahi. His brief of evidence is document number B11, and he also had a brief of evidence in 2015, which was document number A42. Mr. Taki, can I please just ask you to confirm that your full name is Tere Piri Te Monu Tahi?
Correct.
Thank you. And that you have prepared a brief of evidence for this hearing dated the 2nd of June 2023?
15th May 2023.
Do you also have your 2023 one there?
Hmm. 15th of May 2023. May. Oh.
And Mr. Tahi, could you please confirm that the contents of your brief are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I can.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. In your brief of evidence, you talk about your trip last year to the UK. Could you tell us about that trip and how it came about?
I was contacted by a gentleman called Gavin Smith, who is the president of the Mururoa Veterans. And his involvement was with the French testing. He told me that Veterans Affairs was looking for someone from the Operation Grapple. When I got in touch with the Veterans Affairs, I told them that Gavin Smith witnessed the French nuclear test testing, and that I witnessed the British nuclear testing in Christmas Islands. When I approached the Veterans Affairs, they asked me if I was willing to go to the United Kingdom to take part in the commemoration of the British nuclear testing at Christmas Island. I said to them, yes, I'm willing to go. First of all, they asked if I was fit enough to go. I said, yes, but I need a carer. So I took my daughter with me, Mrs. Myra Mumford. And I was extremely glad that I did take her, because she did everything for me. Good. She was extremely worthful for me. Because she did everything required of me in organising everything from the word go till we got home. We had 9 days to prepare to go to England. She arranged everything. We flew to San Francisco and on to England. She organised our trip from England to Staffordshire, where they have a defence facility, where they had the commemoration for the British nuclear test veterans. When I arrived, they had already made arrangements of who were to speak. It was unfortunate that I had my letter with me, hoping that I would be able to explain to them why I was nominated to come to the British Nuclear Test Veterans Commemoration. Unfortunately, I couldn't give the speech because they had already made arrangements of who would speak. Reason being that we didn't have time to organise with the British Nuclear Test Veterans Association and the British Veterans Association. We were very well looked after by the British Nuclear Test Veterans Association and the British Veterans Affairs. When we arrived at the at Staffordshire, where they had the commemoration, I was sitting directly behind the Prime Minister. When everyone got up and gave their speech, I was more interested in what the Prime Minister had to say. And this was something that our organisation has been striving for ever since we started up the New Zealand Nuclear Test Veterans Association in 1995. The Prime Minister stood up, gave his speech, and I couldn't help but feel so elated by the way he gave his speech. He said that he was very sorry for the hurt that the government of the time regarding the British Nuclear Test Veterans Association, the New Zealand Nuclear Test Veterans Association, which I am now president, and all those who took part in the British hydrogen bomb test, Christmas Islands. I was very impressed by the way he gave the speech, because you could feel when he said that he was very sorry for the hurt that the government at the time caused to the British Nuclear Test Veterans Association and those who also took part in those nuclear tests in Christmas Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. And could you tell us how it made you feel when you heard that speech?
It was very emotional. And I wasn't the only one that felt it. But you could tell by the response that was given by the British Nuclear Test Veterans themselves. They all clapped and you could feel it. They were really happy to hear that the Prime Minister got up and said that he was very sorry for the hurt that the government had put the nuclear test veterans in when they had the test at Christmas Islands. And with John and I being survivors of those hydrogen bomb tests, we're here today.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Then in page 3 of your brief, you talk about a meeting that you went to with Minister Whaitiri. Could you tell us about that meeting too?
Yes, I went to the meeting with Minister Whaitiri in Wellington. I took my son with me. My son is here today, James. And we got a very good hearing from Ms. Whaitiri. But there was no response given on whether she had done anything about it at all. We've had meetings galore with a lot of ministers, the latest being Minister Mark, Minister of Defence. We've had no response from them either, and we've been doing this since 1995. We've been to the government, asked them to take our case forward, but we've had no reply. We've had no response whatsoever. And we still, what we're trying to do now is to bring our case to the Waitangi Tribunal, which we've done in the past, in 2015, and we're doing the same again.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. And then in paragraphs 12 and 14 of your evidence, you talk about some secret messages that you saw that were for officers' eyes only. And you said in there that some of those messages weren't very nice. Could you tell us about those messages?
Yes. It's one of those situations where being a radio operator and being responsible for operating the decoding machine, that the officers had to read the messages. We were fortunate enough to see some of them ourselves, but I suppose I shouldn't have put that in there.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. If you could just remain there and answer any questions from the
Thank-
tribunal,
yes.
please.
Kia ora, Mr. Tahi. Just see if Dr. Phillipson has any questions for you. Right.
Tēnā koe,
Kia ora.
Mr. Tahi.
Kia ora.
Thank you for your evidence. My question is actually, I'd like your lawyers to check whether you, in the supporting documents, you've provided the full text of the UK Prime Minister's speech, because I didn't see an apology in it. I didn't see him saying that he was very sorry in the transcript. And I'm wondering if part of the transcript, if part of the speech is missing.
We can check that and
Yes.
file an updated copy if need be.
Yes, thank you. And also, I just wanted to ask about your association. So you said it was established back in 1995, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Yes. And how many members do you have?
Of the association itself?
Yes, the association, yes.
We'd be lucky to have 50 left.
Right. And is it self-funded? You don't
Yes.
get any funding from anywhere? Yes.
No.
No. And so how have you managed to keep it going then? Is it just people spend their own resources on it?
Yes, we have a subscription of $15. And then we ask for donations.
And how often do you meet?
We had one just 2 weeks ago.
And it's every year, is it? Or more often than that?
We try to keep it going as much as we can. But
Yes.
we're in a position now where I myself is getting a bit too old for it. So I've asked for the veterans' children to help us out and maybe take over from my position and the committee, start up a new committee.
Yes. And do you have copies of other correspondence that you've had, any responses from ministers over the years that you could provide us with?
No, we haven't got any at all.
You haven't got any?
No.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you very much for your evidence, and we just hope that there'll be a good outcome from all of this for you. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Kia ora. Thank you, Judge.
Tēnā koe tere.
No, kia ora.
First of all, is your daughter Myra here?
Oh, sorry, no, she's not.
We just acknowledge her for her
Oh.
assistance to you going overseas. We
thank
know what
you.
a challenge that would have been.
Mm.
And I take it, because your son's here, that you can no longer attend these things without some assistance.
Anything like this, my son takes me everywhere.
Kia ora.
Mm.
Just want to reassure you that we've read your evidence and the attachments, all the media releases that were attached to your evidence. and want to acknowledge, you know, the effort you've made since Roy Sefton passed away. You picked up the baton and
Yes.
carried it.
Yes.
It must be quite frustrating to have, well, he's led the charge now, you, but you really haven't had any solutions to this whole issue since '95.
No, we haven't. No.
Your association that Dr. Phillipson just asked you about, you're all over the country, so where do you meet or how do you meet?
Mostly in Palmerston North,
Okay.
because I come from Wolves,
Right.
and it's not too far from Palmerston North. But being a central area, that's why we've done that.
Okay.
But now we have an opportunity to have a meeting in Napier
Right.
on good response by my colleague Don Purcell.
The 50 members that you estimate are still part of the association, are they just the veterans, not family members?
Veterans and family members.
And family members?
Yes.
Mm. And how far away are the furthest coming from?
It's Christchurch mainly.
Wow.
Then in Te Kao,
And where?
Te Kao, up north.
Yeah, I know where it is. One other thing I wanted to ask about, in one of these press releases, it refers to a British report into the mortality rates and frequency of cancer in veterans, and it was expected to be released in 2020. Have you seen that?
No.
And you're not even sure whether it's out? I'm assuming it is.
No, I'm sure it is, but I haven't seen it, no.
Okay. That's all my questions, and thank you very much for making the effort to come over today and give
Thank
me
you very
evidence.
much. Thank you.
Kia ora, hei te I ka whiro tēnā koe.
No, kia ora.
Ko taku pātai kia koe. How many, are you the only Māori that's in your organisation?
No,
There are others?
yes.
How many others?
John Purcell is another one.
Okay.
And we had Dick Harvey when he was alive. But there are quite a few Māori still in the organisation, our association.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
Thank
Kia
you.
ora, ngā mihi.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Mr. Tahi. Thank you for your evidence this morning.
Thank you.
I want to take you to the evidence you've given about your discussion with Mika Whaitiri,
No.
who was then, as you say, the Minister of Veteran Affairs. And you also had a discussion with Ron Mark, is that right?
Just
And in those discussions, were you seeking an apology from them?
we wanted recognition, and that's what we're asking for now.
Mm.
We haven't had recognition from the New Zealand government
Right.
on our association with the British nuclear tests.
Is there anything else that you're seeking in relation to the claim you have before us?
A lot of the members are seeking compensation, but we want recognition initially. That's what we want.
So you were quite taken with the speech from the British Prime Minister.
I was, yes.
So if a Minister of the Crown or the Prime Minister were to give such a speech to you and your co-veterans,
Yes.
would that go some way to what you're seeking?
Acknowledge, yeah, acknowledge the reason for asking for recognition of our involvement with the nuclear test in Christmas Islands. That's really what we're asking for.
Right, kia ora. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Kia ora. No, great.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. You can grab a seat. Sir, our next witness is Mr. John Purcell. Mr. Purcell's brief of evidence is document number B10, and Mr. Purcell also provided a brief of evidence in 2015, which is document number A43. Mr. Purcell has prepared some speaking notes to talk to, a copy of which should be with you now. The notes do largely follow Mr. Purcell's evidence, and he'll talk to those now. Mr. Purcell, can I just ask you please to confirm your full name is John Purcell,
Yes,
and that you have prepared a brief of evidence for this hearing dated 1 June 2023?
I have.
Thank you. If you could just go ahead and introduce yourself and read your notes. Thank you.
Speak out for me.
If you could please just go ahead and introduce yourself
Thank
and
you.
read your notes. Thank you.
Kia ora, ko kahrani te manga, ko ngaruroro te awa. Ko taki te mu te waka, ko rua hapia te marae, ko ngā tika nunu, rongo whakata in Samoa, ngā iwi. My name is John Purcell. I was born in Hastings on the 16th of December 1939. I joined the Navy in 1957, and in 1958, at the age of 17, I became a nuclear test veteran. I served aboard HMNZS Pukaki during the British nuclear test that New Zealand was involved in. There were 4 bombs. The first bomb was the equivalent of 24,000 tons of TNC. The second was 100,000. It was 1 million tons of TNT equivalent, and the fourth one was 25,000 tons of TNT. So they were big bombs. I mean, people can go around and say they've done this and that. I've been here and there, but I can tell you that I've seen things that none of you have seen. I've looked up in the sky and had to lean back to see the explosion cloud climbing. We went under the clouds after it was over, as it started to rain. And the brilliant people who are in charge of us, all they said to us was that you put all the hoses on spray, and that kept the radiation away. We know that's a lot of rubbish these days. I provided evidence in 2015 in support of Mrs. Harawini Horner's claim, and I am now providing a short brief of evidence to update the tribunals on developments which have happened since. From my evidence in 2015, you should have the following documents: a report by J.A.B. Crawford, who is a researcher and historian for the Department of Defence, a copy of the Vietnam Veterans Memorandum of Understanding, and a copy of the expert panel's final meeting and their recommendation. Their recommendation really was that the government should get off their backsides and recognise that the veterans of Operation Grapple were put in danger. What, as my previous speaker said, what the Operation Grapple needs is a recognition for the job we were sent to do. We have none. We are tired of being ignored. We are treated as though we're second-class citizens. Take the news on Sunday and Monday of this week. They spoke about soldiers of World War I, World War II, and how they were treated after the war. There was even a mention of Vietnam veterans in the Agent Orange in front of this committee. Not a mention was made of the men and family here of Operation Grapple. Why? Who is responsible for this to the media? This is just a case for us telling you that we are not recognised. I knew Mrs. Harawini Horner's father, Tom Cassidy, and was pleased to hear that the claim is back on track. For me, it has been a long time since the last hearing took place, and I thought that Mrs. Harawini Horner must have given up on the claim. but I am glad to hear that is not the case. I would like to say to the panel that at times my memory may be suspect, but the experience of seeing explosions equivalent of millions of tons is with me every day. Since the hearing in 2015, I continue to advocate for the veterans of Operation Grapple. I have correspondence with ministers of Veterans Affairs about the plight of Operation Grapple veterans and their whānau. I'm still an active member of the New Zealand Nuclear Test Veterans Association. In 2019, I attended the Royal New Zealand Return and Services AGM and listened as the then Minister of Veterans Affairs, Ron Mark, addressed the conference. He spoke with some pride about the Vietnam Veterans Memorandum of Understanding that was brokered between the Crown and the Vietnam veterans. The crux of the speech was really about matters to do with Agent Orange and the effect it could have on them and their whānau. I congratulate the Vietnam veterans in the professional way they obtained their MOU. Surely even the members of the tribunal can see that there is a correlation with the nuclear test veterans who were exposed to nuclear radiation and the Vietnam veterans exposed to Agent Orange. But unfortunately, no one else can see it or wants to understand the comparisons. Then when my whanaunga, the Honourable Meka Whaitiri, was made Minister of Veterans, I thought we would really be able to get some traction here. I wrote to the Minister in November 2020 and April of this year. The Minister's only reply, which is the same as all the other ministers, that my letter had been received and would be answered in due course. I received no answer. It was then that I thought there was little hope of this matter ever being resolved. As I stated in my previous brief, I am entitled to a veteran's pension, which I am truly grateful. I think the only changes in 2015, in my case, was the addition of accepted by Veterans Affairs as a result of Operation Grapple. In the past, nuclear veterans did not qualify for the pension as the Crown did not accept that their conditions were service-related. But in 1998, the Crown changed its mind and the nuclear veterans from all campaigns qualified. Since my last brief, nuclear veterans were approached by a professional photographer by the name of Denise Bayan of Auckland. She had heard about Operation Grapple and their problems they face, so she decided to do something about it. She took photographs of 19 veterans and their stories and organised exhibitions around the country between September 2020 and April. Events were held in Auckland, Palmerston North, Nelson, Canterbury and Napier. I had the pleasure of speaking at the Canterbury and the Napier museums. My picture was made at my home. I couldn't get rid of the dog, so she said, leave the dog in the picture. And I got more comments about how well the dog looked than my own portrait. So I asked her to take it down, but she wouldn't. The events were special, and we were well attended by the public, veterans and their whānau. It was a good opportunity for us to share our stories with the public and for the public to learn about Operation Grapple. Dr. Rawlings, a genetics researcher, and his team from Massey University attended some of the exhibitions and spoke in layman's terms about his research and their finding. In my evidence of 2015, I spoke about how difficult it has been for my wife and I, knowing that my whakapapa ends with me because we don't have any biological children. As I said then, my wife and I have adopted 2 sons and we love them very much. But as a Maori, it really hurts me personally that my bloodline will not continue. I pay little attention to my hapu when some of them are saying that any land I have should go to a blood relative and not my sons. It is my intention to leave my share of land to my sons, the way I understand the Maori Land Court recognises whāngai. When I boarded HMNZS Pukaki in 1958 and sailed to Christmas Island all those years ago, I had no idea, to be fair, nor did anyone else, that serving in the Navy could have this effect on my family in Kaupapa. With tongue in cheek, I do not blame any person for my situation. My wife and I also suffered. We married in 65 and 65, 66. My wife had 6 miscarriages before she went to full term. Our baby daughter, Lynette Margaret Rose, was born with a hole in the heart, cerebral palsy, partly blind and mentally handicapped. We never tried to have another child. When speaking to other nuclear veterans, I found we were not alone. Another 8 years have passed since I gave evidence in 2015, and I feel this pain more strongly than ever now that I am getting closer to the end. I am old. I see my 8 siblings with 4 or 5 children each and all their mokopuna. We have nothing to contribute to the hordes of Purcells. At times I cannot but think that it was the Crown that took away from my wife and I the opportunity to live a normal life. However, as time has passed, it is too late to attach blame to anyone. I feel that the veterans of Operation Grapple are the forgotten people. I realise that some veterans are seeking monetary compensation, but I don't want money. The money wouldn't change anything. But I do want this tribunal to consider the following: an apology from the Crown to the crews of HMNZS, Rotuiti and Pukaki for knowing how dangerous the atomic bombs were and sending us anyway. The Prime Minister at the time was Sidney Holland. He was asked by the British Prime Minister to do the test at the Kermadec Islands. After a lot of discussion, and our Prime Minister, Sidney Holland, been spoken to by Winston Churchill, who stated that the bomb was a terrible thing. We were sent as a replacement for the Kermadec Islands. They didn't do it at Kermadec Islands. We supplied 2 ships as weather ships for Christmas Island. That's my view. The Crown should unreservedly accept Dr. Rowland's report. It was a report made in New Zealand by a New Zealander for New Zealanders. And I can't understand why there is so much trouble with Veterans Affairs and the government accepting his report. His report is accepted around the world, and yet not accepted in New Zealand. Why? Urgent research to the children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren of nuclear test veterans. That is one of the most important. That the nuclear test veterans of Operation Grapple obtain a similar memorandum of understanding, but not the same, but the similar as the Vietnam veterans. That Crown recognises and act on the final recommendation of the expert panel. Now, I just talk about my ego. In my past, I have been in prison for 21 years, from 1966. I was superintendent in 2 of them. I'm an active member of the RSA movement since 1966. I have been on the executive of the Napier RSA since 1995, the last 17 years as president. I spent 7 years as district president of all RSAs between the East Cape and Wairarapa in the south. During this period, I was on the National President Forum for 7 years. 3 of those years I was in charge of the country's War Pensions Act. I received the Royal New Zealand RSA's Merit Badge and the Gold Star, then the Gold Star and Bar, and the highest New Zealand RSA honour, the Badge and Gold. There are only 6 with the Badge and Gold at the moment. I was a Justice of the Peace, and I am the holder of the QSM. Finally, the number of children and grandchildren with cancer in their bones, with leukemia in their blood, or with poison in the lung might seem statistically small to some in comparison with natural health hazards. But this is not a statistical issue. The loss of even one human life, or the malformation of even one baby who might be born long after we are gone, should be of concern to us all. Our children and grandchildren are not merely statistics towards which we can become indifferent. JFK calling for the ratification of Atmospheric Nuclear Test Ban Treaty in 1963. E te heke nā o te rā, tae noa ki te aranga mai te a te kamaumahara tonu tātou ki a rātou. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. Would you mind just waiting for to answer the questions from the tribunal?
Kia ora.
I don't answer questions.
Dr. Phillipson?
No questions.
Oh, just thinking of some.
Yes, sorry, I was just trying to find my unmute button. Actually, I might put my question in writing, I think, would be the easiest way to do it, because it's quite a technical point, so I can put my question in writing. Thank you, Judge. And thank you for your evidence, Mr. Purcell.
Thank you. Who is that man?
Monty?
Oh, tēnā koe, John, and good to see you again. Well, in short, John, I don't think on this panel, there's none of us, knowing what we know now, would, I think, and given the situation that you went to, I don't think there's any one of us who would be prepared to, with the protective clothing that you had, go and witness an atomic explosion. I don't think there's anybody in the room, knowing what we know today, who would be prepared to do that. And so that really, I think, simplifies what the situation is. It's unfortunate that you've had to battle so long. I know from my own army experience that you were 17. There's not a lot much you could do about it when you've joined the services. You're just told what you have to do and where you're going. If you cast your memory back to that time, how long before you went to the Christmas Islands did you know you were going?
About 3 to 5 days, I think.
And you knew what you were going there for?
We weren't told much. We were going there as a weather ship. That was all.
Right.
I think if you read the report of J.A.B. Crawford, you'll find that I think we were a trade-off for not exploding the bombs in the Kermadex, but we'll send 2 ships or 500 sailors to Christmas Island.
But you didn't know that?
No.
No.
No, I was right at the bottom of the pile.
Yeah.
I came out of training division, and we sailed within 3 or 4 days. It was starting to get a hot topic at that time.
Right.
People were starting to ask questions about nuclear bombs and this type of thing.
And as a 17-year-old, you're young, you're bulletproof, so you're not that worried at that time.
No, it was fantastic.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about is I'm surprised that you haven't got a response, not just from one minister, but a number of ministers. And given that...
About 9 ministers in all. And I only write a 1-page letter, so it's not as though I'm sending them screeds.
Not even an acknowledgement that they've received your letter?
Oh, yes. Yeah,
You have had that.
I've said they did acknowledge that they've received it, and in due course they will answer.
And then there's no response after that?
No.
Which is surprising, given Minister Whaitiri was she's the daughter of a veteran, and Minister Marks was an ex-serviceman. That you never got anything, a further follow-up.
Yeah, well, I thought I would do, and I would have been ecstatic if I had. But no, I got the normal letter they send out, government departments, do not answer.
Yeah. As far as the media this week goes, well, we can't speak for them, but I can only assume they were highlighting what was going on that particular day earlier in the week. But it's a shame they're not here today to hear your evidence.
Yeah. But they said what was going to happen for the entire week.
Right.
I just thought there must be a media person amongst this group here, or the Defence Department must have a media. I just wondered why nothing was said about us. It sort of proved my point that we are nothing. And that's how we feel. We expect it now. That's the difference. We expect, and I want to ask the panel. I thought our requests and that was pretty open and easy to do. I just don't know what a hold up in a thing like the nuclear test veterans request. I thought this is a go-get-em organisation that within 6 months we would have an apology, we'd have all these things. But I worked for the government for many years, so I know how it works. But I just want to respectfully ask the panel, the judge, sir, if or when can we expect to get an answer to our questions?
Kia ora, Mr. Purcell. That's quite a difficult question. And it's difficult because we have to hear a lot of evidence. We have to hear and look at other research reports in relation to Operation Grapple. We have to hear the Crown side of things, and then we have to assess whether or not, after what we've heard, we consider is treaty compliant or not. So we have to weigh all that up before we issue a report. But I can guarantee we will issue a report and you will get an answer. In relation to the media coverage, all I can say in response to that is that they are watching the live stream of this today, and hopefully there will be a report from that live stream. They might not be here in person, but we've had a request from the media as to whether or not they can watch these proceedings by live stream and report on them. So I know it's small consolation, but
if I knew about that, I wouldn't have said so much.
well, they might take your comment that you've been in prison for 21 years or something. They might just read that line and not the next line, that you were the superintendent.
I'd just like to show you this is an explosion of an atomic bomb, nuclear bomb. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mr. Purcell. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. Our next witness is Ms. Margaret Hawea. Do you mind coming up? Ms. Hawea is here today with her brother George Hawea and her mum Claire Hawea. The brief of evidence for Ms. Hawea is document number B1. And I thought, sir, I'd also refer you to the evidence for Mr. Dick Hawea, which was document number A41 from the 2015 hearings. Ms. Hawea, can I please just ask you to confirm that your full name is Margaret Hawea, and you'll just have to push the button on the microphone there, just to turn it on.
Yes, that's right.
And that you have prepared a brief of evidence for this hearing dated 30 May 2023?
Yes.
Thank you. And could you please confirm that the contents of that brief of evidence are true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Would you like to just take a moment to introduce yourself to the tribunal?
Kia ora koutou. My name's Margaret Hawea. I'm daughter of Ahitana Hawea, who was served with Terry and John in the Navy and was part of the Operation Grapple. I'm from Kahungunu with Maniapoto connections through my mother, and we all live in Kahungunu, so yeah, that's it.
Thank you. So, starting on page 1 of your evidence, you share some early memories of your dad. Can you tell us about those memories?
Is that to do with the Navy or just in general?
Whatever
page
you'd
one,
like to
did
share.
you say? Your dad, I remember Dad, he didn't talk a lot about the Navy, but Dad was always really fit and a very active man. He shared little snippets of things in the Navy, like one thing I can remember, it's not really got anything to do with what they did in the Navy, but he used to hate KFC potato and gravy because they used to get served the same sort of potato in the Navy. And so, you know, as a kid growing up and even as a teenager, you sort of got little things that he would share about the Navy, but it wasn't really about, you know, all the important things that they were involved in.
So then at paragraph 11 of your evidence, you talked about how you came to find out about your dad's involvement in Operation Grapple. Could you tell us about that?
Yes, I was living in Australia I think, or out of Hawke's Bay anyway. And my brother George was taking Dad to all the hearings. And I didn't know anything about it, so I think my brother told me, and then I asked Dad about Operation Grapple because I had no idea that they were involved in anything that involved nuclear weapons or bombs. Yeah, so once I knew that he was involved in that, you know, I wanted to ask him questions about it because I thought it was pretty scary that they were there. He said it was scary. I remember him saying that, you know, they were told to crouch down on the deck and put their hands over their heads. They weren't allowed to look at what was when the bomb was exploding. And he really wanted to look. I think he went like this. He goes, I sort of went like this, and he could see all the bones in his hands, which made him decide it wasn't a good idea to take his hands away and look, because his hands just looked like an X-ray of his hands. He did say that they were given protective clothing to wear, and once the ship was all hosed down after the explosions, they would put them all in a big bag and you wouldn't see see the protective clothing again until the next one went off. I don't know if he knew. Yeah. But he didn't really talk much about what happened. He was only young.
Thank you.
He was like John, he thought it was a big adventure, you know, young and full of energy and not really knowing what was going on. So, yeah.
Thank you. And then on about paragraph 12 of your evidence, we've covered that one. From about halfway down page 3, you talk about your dad's health in his later years and some of the conditions that he struggled with. Could you tell us about some of those conditions?
Yep. Dad developed eczema in his later years, and he had lots of skin lesions that sort of looked like, well, they weren't normal sort of thing, you know, growths, head growths. One on his head that they had to cut out. He had blood circulation problems. He had heart problems. He had to have a pacemaker put in. So before he had an operation on his veins, he had really bad varicose veins due to bad blood circulation. So he had to have an operation, but they discovered his heart. He had quite a weak heart. So they had to put a pacemaker in before he could have the operation. I think the thing that stands out for me the most with his health was his depression. He suffered for years with depression, which was really hard, because the man we were used to being around and seeing was no longer. Yeah. In the end, he had so many things wrong with him that, you know. But then he was a silent sufferer. He didn't really make too much fuss about whether he was feeling okay or not. But visits to the doctors, they would say, oh, well, he's got this, and now he's got this. And so he ended up, you know, just being a silent sufferer, stuck to the armchair in the lounge in front of the TV for pretty much a part of the end of his life, not wanting to go anywhere, see anybody. About 15 years. Yeah. And Mum said that she started noticed that he was going downhill when good friends of his started dying. One of his best friends, who was the best man at his wedding, they served in the Navy together. He died when he was 42. Wasn't feeling well, went to bed and didn't wake up the next morning. And then other friends started dying, quite young. And that's when Mum started noticing that Dad was getting a bit depressed and a bit withdrawn. Yeah.
Thank you. And then in paragraph 27, you mentioned specifically about some nightmares that your dad used to have. Could you tell us about those?
Oh, my brother actually asked him about that. Well, all I can say is, because I used to help out a lot to look after him, and he didn't get much sleep at night, so he'd sleep during the day. So at night he'd yell out probably, I don't know, every 15 minutes, every half an hour. He would yell out like, you know, which was quite hard because no one could get any sleep. Sometimes it sounded like he was yelling out Mum, and the family called me Bub, so usually it was Bub, but it sounded like he'd just wake up saying that. sometimes it sounded like mum. But my brother asked him why he couldn't sleep at night. And do you want to? Yeah. So I'll get George to
that's
talk
fine.
to that one, because I didn't actually ask him. I used to go in there and go, "What's the matter, Dad? You all right?" You know, I wouldn't say, well, "Why aren't you sleeping?" But my brother asked him that question.
Would you
So-
like to
Yeah.
answer?
I was home from Australia, and I went on. We were ready to go back to the airport, and I went into the room. Dad was still in bed. I couldn't work out why he spent so much bloody time in bed. I asked him if he was all right. He said no. He actually used a swear word. I won't use it. I asked him what was wrong, and he said to me, "I can't stop these effing nightmares." I kind of stood back. I wasn't expecting that from Dad, you know, and I asked him, "What are they? Same nightmares? I mean, what are your nightmares about?" So I was ready to get the airport to go. Hang on, this is important. I better ask a couple of questions. Then he said it was about the explosion. They actually haunted him. That's how I seen it. It was starting to haunt him. Maybe what he's seen. I had to walk out. I was in tears. That's what he said to me. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So if we just move back to you, Ms. Hawea. So you mentioned in your brief from paragraph 30 some of the support that your whānau received from the Crown for your dad. Are you able to tell us about some of those things?
Yes. He was seeing a doctor in Napier. I think, Dawn, you may have put him onto a doctor that was familiar with the nuclear involvement in those. So he would go to that doctor and he wouldn't have to pay for those appointments. He might have went there to that doctor for a few years, not sure how many, and all his medication, well, actually not all of his medication, because as the years got on, different things started happening with Dad. I think they might have had a list or certain ailments that the veterans or the Defence Force sort of thought might have been related to the nuclear exposure. So he got some medication paid for. He received the veteran's pension, which has been transferred to Mum when he passed away. They paid for some funeral expenses. Undertakers. The funeral director's expenses they paid for. They offered a headstone, but it was a Navy one, and we decided we don't really want a Navy one, so we just paid for the headstone ourselves. But the offer was there from them. And I think that's about it.
Thank you. Now, if we can just move to paragraph 36 of your brief, there you start to talk about some of the health challenges that you personally have faced. Could you share some of those with us too, please?
Okay. I suffered bladder issues when I was quite young, from the age of 2. And that lasted until I had my first child at 23. It wasn't really, I wasn't on any medication. I was. Mum used Māori medicine on me when I'd have these episodes. And then when I was living in Australia, I was diagnosed with complicated ovarian cysts, which I had them on both ovaries, but one was they were quite worried about, so I had that operated on, and they removed the ovary that was worst affected. It was my understanding when I had that operation that they were going to cut the other one out of the other ovary, but they didn't. I haven't been able to actually, because that still worries me, the fact that they didn't take it out when they took the other one out, so it's sort of in the back of my mind that one might get bad too, but I haven't been able to actually be referred to a specialist as such to have it checked since I've moved back to New Zealand. And then for the last probably 3 years, I've had goings on in my lower stomach and my bowel, which hasn't been diagnosed by my doctor, or I haven't had referrals to a specialist to check it out. So that's my health issues.
Thank you. And then at paragraph 42, you talk about your brother George and his daughter Take Moana.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to tell us about their health challenges?
Do you want to talk to that, or are you happy for me to do it? Yeah, well, George has had in general, pretty good health. He suffered from eczema on and off over the years. And George and his wife George was discovered, they had fertility issues, so they had challenges having children. Was discovered that the problem wasn't just with George, it was with his wife as well, so they went through IVF to have their only daughter, Take Moana. Who was born with, Taki was born with hip dysplasia and, what's the ear thing? A hearing deficit caused by the auditory nerve in her ear didn't form properly. Taki had to spend 9 months with a metal brace as a baby when the doctor discovered her hips were not good, and she still has hearing issues today. I think she still has a bit of a clicky hip too, every now and again, she was saying. But yeah, her hearing's not the best. And I don't know, George, my brother George has had a problem with stuttering since he was very young. And it's something that he still has now. It's just not as bad as what it was when he was young, like to the point where he wouldn't like to talk to anybody unless it was us.
Okay, thank you for sharing that.
So, yep.
And then at around paragraphs 41 and 42, you talk about your brother Topi and his boys. Could you tell us about them?
Yep. Toby was born, he's the youngest. He was born with really severe eczema, like acute angry eczema, which he lived with for most of his life. But it was when he was little, it was so bad, Mum had to bandage him up at night because he just used to scratch and he would bleed, and it was, yeah, I remember it. It was not nice. And his boys were all born with eczema, not as bad as he was, but they still using topical ointments and stuff for the eczema. One of his twin boys was born with a problem in his stomach with one of the valves that open and close when the food goes down into his stomach. So he had to have an operation when he was about 2 or 3 months old. Yeah, my brother Toby died at 42. He had a stroke which caused a clot in his brain. And when he was in hospital in a coma, they also discovered he had kidney failure at 42. His youngest boy, Levi, was born with a allergic reaction to, if he went anywhere near nuts or anything, it would close up his throat and he couldn't breathe. That was diagnosed, well, picked up actually, because he had to get rushed to hospital when he was 18 months. Yeah, well, so that's Toby's family.
Okay, so next you move to talk about your children and grandchildren, and first you talk about your daughter Sasha and some of the struggles that she's had. Could you tell us about Sasha?
Well, very similar. She's like me. She suffered at that very early age of 18 months, 2 years old, with bladder complications, urinary tract infections all the time. Her case was more severe than mine, and she still has it now. But she's been on medication since she was 14. For that, the doctor had to try her on lots of different things before they found something that worked. She still gets it now, just not as often, but often enough for it to be, not that great. Yeah, so that's Sasha, and Sasha's got 3 children. Her eldest girl has got really bad eczema too. Her son, Toby, the next one, was picked up when Sasha was pregnant. That a part of his stomach hadn't formed properly. So she had to go down to Wellington get flown to Wellington straight after he was born because they needed to operate on his stomach. And Toby actually, apparently the operation was successful, and I think he's only had probably, Sasha had to ring up for a follow-up to check to see, if it was going okay and if it, there weren't any more complications. But she actually had to follow that up. He's had scans and they said it's okay. But Toby picks up, he's a very sickly boy, like he's always sick. He's always picking up whatever's going around, and he just always seems to be not well. And your stomach actually plays a big part in your immune system, so I just wonder how it is actually going down there. The doctors do what they can do, but the last time Sasha took him for a checkup, they said it was fine. But there's no scans done. There's no, we'll send him for a scan. Stuff like that. You sort of have to. I do spend a lot of time trying to convince Sasha to be more proactive. Oh, you know, just you have to ask for these things. You can't just expect the doctors to offer it. You have to ask for these things. So I think he had an ultrasound the last checkup, and that came out all right. But
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
and her baby was born with scoliosis, so there's slight curvature in her spine. That's being monitored by an osteopath and is it paediatrician? Yeah, every 6 months they're looking at her. But I noticed it affected her, you know, the way she stands. She'd stand like that and she'd be tiptoeing all the time. But she's had a bit of work done on her back, so her feet, at least she's not tiptoeing anymore. But yeah, just little things like that. And that's Sasha and her family.
Thank you.
Yep.
So would you like to then move to talk about Marlene next? That's at paragraph
Oh, yes,
53
okay.
of your evidence.
Marlene of late has had issues with her lower abdomen and bowel and lower back. She's been to lots of different specialists to see what it is. Just recently had a colonoscopy to see if there was anything going on inside. Initially, when she had it, they picked up a red area inside on the side of the bowel, which they were discussing while they were actually doing it. But when she rang up for the results, they said everything was fine, and she's still feeling a lot of discomfort around here. Yeah, so we still don't know what that is. She continues to try and find out what it is, but yeah, it's just something that she's been living with for a couple of years now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then finally, if you could please tell us about your son, Kahurangi.
Kahurangi, generally healthy. He gets a little bit of eczema every now and again. Not badly. He was born with scoliosis as well, where one of his vertebrae were out. Was picked up when he was a baby because he would scream in certain positions when you'd be holding him or putting him down. He'd just scream. So yeah, that was to do with his spine as well and the bones. But he's okay now. They managed to put that right because it was picked up pretty early. Yeah, I took him to a chiropractor and he doesn't seem to have any problems today with that.
That's great, thank you. And so just one last point. You talk about from about paragraphs 58 to 60 of your evidence about some things you would like to see the Crown do to help the whānau of Māori nuclear veterans. Could you tell us about those things, please?
Yeah, I would be really happy to see some support around clearer pathways to specialists for proper diagnosis of things. I mean, I don't know whether what's happening with my family is related to the nuclear tests or anything. It did make me wonder when I heard about it, but for anybody that's been affected by that, I think it's really important to have clear pathways towards being able to see specialists and doctors that can diagnose what it is, so that at least you know what things might be able to fix those things. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And I agree with Terry and John I think it's really important that these men are acknowledged, and I would really love to see an apology too. Although it was a big adventure for them at the time, the powers that be, they would have had some idea of the dangers or that might put these men in. Yeah, and that's what I'd like to see, is the medical things, and like John and Terry, an apology and some acknowledgement for their participation. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Hawea. Could I please just ask you to stay there and answer any questions from the tribunal? Thank you.
Dr. Phillipson, any questions?
Tēnā koe. And since Mr. Purcell said when he left, who is that man? I'll just introduce myself for anyone who wasn't here at the start of the week. My name is Grant Phillipson, and I'm a member of the tribunal, but I'm zooming in from Invercargill for this week. So thank you for your evidence. Your whānau has really been through the ringer, I think, in terms of health conditions. I just wondered if you could tell us, Ms. Hawea, whereabouts you live at the moment.
In Porongahau, which is in Central Hawke's Bay.
Right. Mm-hmm. And so when you go to see doctors, and when your dad had to go to see a doctor, the veterans doctor you called him, where did he go for that?
Well, he actually ended up not with the veterans doctor in the end. That was sort of when things first started going wrong. That was in Napier. And then he ended up with a doctor at the Hiratonga Taiwhenua. It was an iwi-based health centre.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And through that centre, are they able to make referral to specialists through there?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Because I was wondering if perhaps some of the problems with getting to see specialists and that is based on where people live, and how the health system is functioning in New Zealand.
Okay. Well, my doctor's in Waipa.
I'd like to know your opinion on that. What do you think?
Well, I actually went into the doctor and asked for a referral to a gynecologist not long after I moved back to New Zealand. And the doctor said he couldn't refer me to anyone because he didn't have any history.
Oh, I see.
So I went home and because I actually got a ultrasound before I left Australia, and I got the report. I had to actually make another appointment to take the report into the doctor before he'd refer me to I thought he was referring me to a gynecologist. So I got an appointment at the hospital, the Hastings Hospital, for an ultrasound. I was given the wrong ultrasound. And so I had to go back again for another one, and they couldn't actually find my ovary doing an internal ultrasound. So I went back for another one, and they still couldn't find anything. So they wanted me to go back again, and I refused. I said no. I said, if they haven't found anything in the last 3, I'm not going back for another one. I would like to have, I actually asked for an alternative scan or something that might be able to find my other ovary. And I didn't hear back. I haven't got one yet.
Right. Okay, thank you. And I know it's really difficult to talk about these private things, but thank you for your courage and for sharing that with us. Just finally, I wanted to ask about, you said at the end you'd like to see proper acknowledgement and recognition of the nuclear veterans. I was wondering what kind of thing you had in mind there. Do you have any ideas about what form you think that that acknowledgement and recognition of your father's service and others like him, what form that might take?
Oh no, I haven't really thought about that. A public one?
Yeah.
Maybe something similar to the other veterans that were exposed to nuclear bombs and other areas. I don't know. I haven't really thought about that.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you to you for your evidence. Thank you.
Okay.
That's my questions. Thank you, Judge.
Oh, tēnā koe. I only have one question, but like Dr. Phillipson, I just want to acknowledge your sharing of the health issues over the generations in your family. So thank you for that. My question was, because we had somebody yesterday suggesting that every serviceman should be recognised with some sort of plaque in where they're buried, but you chose not to have a Navy plaque or headstone, and I was wondering why the family chose to do that.
I don't know. Do you know?
It was
You have to use the mic.
Oh, Mum just said, no, we went with the other option because we could put what we wanted on the headstone.
Oh, I see. I see. It's nothing to do with the Navy itself.
No,
and
no, no,
service.
no, no. No, it was just, I think there was there must have been a set, you know, what they have on the,
Yeah.
and yeah.
Yeah.
I think Mum made the call. She said,
Yeah.
no, we want to put on what we want to put on. So we just did our own. But the offer was there.
Kia ora.
Yeah. Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe, Margaret. Thank you for your evidence. It's been most helpful, and I can understand the stress that comes with talking to a tribunal of inquiry like this one.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you very much. Look, the problems that you and your siblings and your grandchildren, great-grandchildren have, you think come from your father.
Well, I don't know whether they come from my father.
Okay.
But when Dad passed away and I got sent all the correspondence from the inquiries in 2015, I just said, well, this is before Dad died, I said, do you want me to follow up with the naval claim? He goes, yes. So I just picked it up. I'm not saying that they are, but my correspondence and my kōrero with Kelly and Roimata around whānau health issues. So that's what I've provided. I don't know whether they're related or not. I just put together the health issues that we have for this inquiry. I'm not yeah.
Okay. There seems to be a familiar ring
Yeah.
to your story and the stories of others prior to you.
Yeah, and I would have liked to have actually heard some of the other, I don't know, I just put together the information to put forward to the tribunal. I don't know whether they're related or not.
And
If you ask me now, I think probably the eczema might be, because Dad didn't have eczema up until after that.
well, you see that.
But-
that's-
And it's pretty much through our family, so
okay.
yeah.
But the evidence that you are giving today kind of leads us to believe that that's your evidence points to the cause of your illnesses coming from the experiences that your father had and what he might have been contaminated with.
Yes, possibly. Yes.
Okay. Your mother's side, you don't attribute anything that all your suffering to your mother's side.
No.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions, and thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Kia ora, Ms. Hawe.
Sorry. Yeah. Kia ora.
Just on that last point that Tāpau raised about your mother's side, I note you missed out paragraphs 55, 56 and 57, which gives us that comparison from your mother's side and the siblings of your father.
Oh, yes, yes.
And
At
it
the
might
end
be,
there.
yeah,
Yeah.
might be important if you just talk to that. for a
Okay.
moment.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I suppose I have been thinking, well, maybe some of these things are linked to Dad's exposure. And Dad's brother and sister don't have eczema. And they didn't have the same, like this, fit and healthy pretty much up until Uncle Toby died. He got a bit sick towards the end, but not with all the complications that my dad had. Auntie Mihi's still alive. She's still fit and healthy. She might have a little bit, I think she's getting a little bit of dementia now, but no eczema, no... Oh, she was in hospital not long ago, actually, with... They said she had something going on with her heart.
And their children? Have they got children?
Well, she didn't actually have any children.
About your uncle?
2 children. And my cousin Rachel has eczema, but she has it really bad like my brother had, but her mother's side of the family are they've all got, lots of them have eczema. So I know I've had talks with Rachel about that, and she said, no, I think it comes from Mum's side, because, you know, there's a few of them on that side, but yeah. Mum's side of the family, no, there's not really anything. Her siblings and her parents didn't really suffer with anything like Dad did. We've got diabetes on Mum's side, but none of the other things that Dad sort of had.
No.
Yeah.
Right, no, thank you. And just to reiterate what my colleagues have said, thank you for your courage today. Tēnā.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawea. Our next witness is Ms. Michelle Cassidy. Ms. Cassidy's evidence is document number B17, and this is one of the confidential briefs.
I don't mind.
You don't mind? Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Ms. Cassidy, can I please ask you to confirm that your full name is Michelle Gay Mary Cassidy?
Yes.
Thank you. And that you've prepared a brief of evidence for this hearing dated the 30th of May 2023?
Yes.
Thank you. And can you please confirm that the content in that brief is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you like to take a moment to introduce yourself to the tribunal?
Ko Pūhanga Tōhora te maunga, ko Haukianga te moana, ko Puna ke tere te awa, ko Ngā Toki Mata Whaurua te waka, ko Ngā Pui Nui tonu te iwi, ko Ngāti Pako te hapu, ko Tāheke e Marae, ko Michelle Tukuingoa. Oh, that looks awful.
It's a big screen, isn't it, when you see it like that? Thank you for your introduction, Ms. Cassidy. Now, if we can just turn to your brief of evidence. And at page 2, you talk a bit about your father's story and some of the early memories you have of your dad being in the Navy. Would you be able to tell us about those memories?
Yep, I just remember Dad was in the Navy ever since I was like 4 or 5 years old. He would go away on a ship and then come back, months later. And that's pretty much all we knew. He'd go away on a boat and come back maybe at the end of the year or something. It was quite funny because Mum would say, "Wait till your father gets home," and then you'd look at the calendar and think, "Ha! He won't be back till August." Yeah, there was those kind of things. But yeah, that's all. And sometimes we went over to the naval base on one of those blue boats and visited him over there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And at paragraph 13, you said that your dad didn't talk a lot about his time in the Navy, but that you did interview him about his experiences as part of your master's thesis. Could you tell us about that?
He never really talked about anything, and then if you asked, he didn't want to answer anything about Mum's the same. But in the last 2 years of his life, I was getting him to write in a diary each day, because I was doing a thesis on death and dying. And he did talk about it a little bit. In the beginning, he wasn't he didn't want to talk about it, but some things he talked about. Did you want me to read some of this? Or?
If you'd like to. So it was around about the end of page 2 and then over on to page 3.
Oh yeah, so I asked if I could interview him as part of my research, and he agreed. So on 3 separate occasions I sat with him. I'd get him to fill out that diary each day and then I'd look at it. He thought he'd lived a full life, he'd had a happy life, and now that he was sick and dying, he said that he was a waste of space and a waste of air, which was sad. During our conversations, he revealed things about what happened on that boat. They didn't know what they were going to be doing when they got sent there, and yeah, they just did what they were told, because that's what you do in the Navy.
Thank you. And did your dad tell you anything specifically about his involvement in Operation Grapple and with the nuclear tests?
Yep, same like probably everyone else. I haven't heard anyone else's things, but they were told, when they were told to sit with their backs to the blast and then cover their hands like that, he said they had goggles on. I also remember writing down they were given something to wear. I can't remember what something was, and it would tell them what the level of radiation was. Yeah, some counter, and it actually wasn't even working. He didn't think that counter worked. Yeah.
Thank you. And then you talk from about paragraphs 18 to 21 of your evidence about some of the health challenges that your dad had. Could you tell us about some of those, please?
Yep, he had an enlarged heart. Don't know why he got that. His kidney had shrunk. That's after they came back from that Operation Grapple. One of his kidney had shrunk to the size of a 20-cent piece, and that had to be removed. He had lots of skin tags, rashes like that. Nobody knows what those rashes are or how they got there. Yeah, that was it, really. Yeah. He had lots of things. Then he ended up with prostate cancer, and it was all for his bones. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then at paragraph 22, you talk about some of the health challenges that you've had through your life. It's quite a long section, but if you'd like to talk us through some of those, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Should I just read it?
You can if you'd like to.
Okay, I was always healthy as a child growing up. I was active, played a bit of sport, not too much. It says I played a lot, but I didn't really. I began smoking at an early age, like 11. I never drank alcohol or took drugs. I had my first alcohol drink when I was 42. But yeah, anyway, I had scoliosis, I've got rashes that nobody knows what they are on my back, on my chest. I've had skin specialists. I've had all the tests. Nobody knows what they are. I've also got an enlarged heart. I've got mitral valve regurgitation. We've got, like, it looks like this on our fingers and some of our toes. You can't tell, but they're twisted and bent. And we had, like, probably I can remember from 10 up, the growing pains they told us were growing pains were, it's more than anyone else's growing pains. Like, we were in pain. Like, we'd cry and it would go on for years, not just a couple of growing pains, intermediate, and then it was over. So what else have I got? I've had hemangiomas on my liver, which they did cause a problem quite a while back, and then they wanted to chop the lower lobe off the liver, because it grows back if they chop that. But I used dandelion and beetroot, raw beetroot, to get rid of those hemangiomas. We just use kaupapa and kumaraho for most things, because the doctors don't give you anything, and when they do, it doesn't work. So we seek out our own medicine. What else? Oh yeah, severe nosebleeds as a child, and lots of migraines. Yeah, I could think up lots of other things, and my siblings were the same.
Okay, thank you. And then if we move on to paragraph 38 on page 7, from there you start to talk about your children's health, and first you talk about your son Daniel. Could you tell us about Daniel and some of the health challenges he's had?
He's got, like, one long bone is short, his arms, one looks like this. His chest isn't in proportion, his body's not in the right proportion, his bones. He's also got the twisted fingers. He's also had nosebleeds, sinuses. He's got breathing problems, which he's had since he was born. And they kept giving him medicine for asthma. Or they called it bronchiolitis till he turned 4, and then they called it asthma. So we chucked all that out and gave him kumaraho. And now his daughter, she's got a brain that swells and nobody knows why. She's in and out of Starship having lumbar punctures. She has migraines all the time. All the similar stuff that some of us had. There's probably more things, but I can't remember.
Thank you.
It's like we're all rotten.
And you also talk about your son Jason and his children, and in particular you talk about some of the health struggles that Jayla has had. Could you tell us about that?
Jayla had bladder problems, kidney problems, since she was like probably 1 or 2. They started noticing all this. She's also got the twisted bones, short, long bone. But hers was mostly kidney and bladder problems, which had to have hospitalisation quite a few times. Like, we all had to go to many doctor's appointments, lots of hospitals, specialists, but in the end, they don't know what causes it.
Thank you. Now, you talk a little bit about your daughter Alicia. I'll leave it, Alicia's here to give evidence herself, so I'll skip past Alicia, but then you've talked a bit at paragraphs 48 and 49 about your daughter Shanley. Could you tell us about her, please?
Shanley's a bit similar to Alicia with all that, whatever Alicia's going to tell you about her polycystic ovary stuff, but she's also had problems with the shin bones. She's also got the twisted fingers. She's got one son, but he's all right. She was in the Navy herself, so she actually got treated by the Navy for most of her problems. They sent her to private hospitals, so most of her problems with the ovaries and all the other stuff, they sorted that out for her while she was in the Navy. But now she's out of the Navy, she's back visiting doctors, trying to get specialists. She's got gynecology problems. Most of the females in our family have got uterus or, all gynae problems.
Okay, thank you. And then just at paragraph 50 and then over to 51, you talk about your concerns about the possible links between your dad's service and the health of your whānau. Would you mind talking a bit about that?
Well, we just... Once we found out that, there was all this stuff going on and the doctors didn't know anything, and then we found out there were other people like us, it was like, wow, there's other families, like all the siblings are like us as well. So then you started putting two and two together, and so like I know, like I've got melanoma, all these rashes, and there's no other way I could have developed these kind of things, like the scoliosis, the enlarged heart. Well, it's just weird.
Thank you. And then just one last thing. I was just going to ask you, a number of the other witnesses have talked about some of the things that they would like to see changed. If you could ask for some changes from the Crown, what sort of support would you like to see for you and your whānau?
I'd like my mokos and my children to be able to have access to healthcare and specialists without, paying thousands of dollars all the time. And just, not going to doctor's appointments and being told we don't know what it is. And if you dare mention Operation Grapple, or they're just like, no. They either don't know or they don't want to know about it. It's like you're made to feel mad, like you've got all these problems, but they can't tell you why. Yeah. It's just, I'd just like them to be able to, like Margaret said, have pathways to specialists and, be able to have doctor's appointments and scans and x-rays. And we lived in Auckland most of our life, so there was lots of specialists and doctors there. There was no problem with referrals for that, so they just can't answer what it is.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence. If I could just ask you to remain and answer any questions that the Tribunal might have.
Dr. Phillipson.
Tēnā koe. Thank you very much for your evidence, and again, thank you for sharing what must be, private and difficult information to share about your whānau and about your own health. You're a nurse, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And where do you work?
At the moment, I work at Ngāti Hine Health Trust in Kawakawa.
Oh, yes. Yep. And your knowledge of the rongoa that you've been using, the remedies you've been using, does that come from there or from your own whānau?
No, that's from when we were growing up and, from dad and mum.
Thank you. And I just want to ask, in terms of a better pathway to specialists, what kind, working as a health professional yourself, what kind of things do you suggest we might be able to recommend if we were to find the claim well founded in terms of better pathways to specialists?
Well, just like when you go and see a doctor, like my grandkids or my children, that they're not going to get told, we don't know what that is. Like some kind of genetic testing, one way or the other, to diagnose what we've got or not. It's just we need to know one way or the other.
So you'd like proof?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Proof it is or it isn't.
Yeah, okay. And thank you very much. Thank you for your evidence. That's all my questions. Thanks, Judge.
Kia ora. Thank you for your evidence and the fact that Alicia's coming in to talk too as well. It gives us a good understanding of the impact these health problems have had on your family. The only real question I've got is, why do you think your father, because you put two and two together and you've linked it back to grapple, but your father didn't. And I see in paragraph 21, he was not concerned that there was anything for us as children and grandchildren to worry about either. Why do you think he had that? He thought like that?
I don't really know. I just think when I was asking him those things at the time, he either didn't want to think about it, or because it was like those Vietnam vets coming back and they never want to talk about anything. He was like that. So I think it was easier for him to just say, I don't know if it's related, or because he didn't want to talk about it. But before he died, like the last year, he was starting to think the same. You know, like when we were putting it together, we know that's where it came from. We just know it is.
That's the only question I had. Thank you very much, Ngami.
Hey, ngā mihi ki a koe. Thank you for your evidence. I kind of want to bounce off some of the comments and questions of my colleagues. About your journeys, your toing and froing to your doctor. And I take it this is in Auckland or up north?
Yeah, I've only been up north 4 years, so
Yeah.
I've been in Auckland all my life.
The kinds of doctors they have up north would have the same kind of expertise as the doctors in Auckland. But I just question because you're finding it really hard to, and they're probably finding it difficult to give you the answers that you seek. And we do know, just by history and by reading, even in the near past, that doctors have been able to locate genetic reasons for the way that some people have a history of certain diseases, and yet they can't give you answers to the questions that you seek. Is it because they don't know or they don't want to answer?
I think they don't know, or I'm not sure. Like I've, in the last 4 years, or maybe nearly 5 since I've been up north, I haven't really been talking to those doctors about these matters because you just give up in the end and take your own medicine.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
But
because
years
you
ago
are-
in Auckland, they would have, you know, they could have done something. Like I have been to specialists and appointments at the hospital after I've seen doctors, but still nothing. They just said there was nothing wrong.
Okay. There must be a way. There must be an answer. I just feel sad about your comment. And I quote, "It's like we're all rotten." I just feel sad about it.
It's like our whole family's like that, and it's only us from dad that's like that, not, you know, like mum's side or our aunties or uncles and all my cousins. None of them are like that.
Yes, we might find.
It just seems like our family's had an extra painful life.
Okay, no, thank you for your evidence. I realise the difficulty, but kia ora.
Kia ora, Mrs. Cassidy. I just wanted to take you a little bit further in that last comment you made about your uncles and aunts. So your father had other siblings? Had
Yes.
siblings?
Yeah, sisters. I only knew the sisters really. I didn't know the uncle.
Right.
But their children weren't like us.
What about them?
No. Not that I know of. They were fine.
So none of the from your knowledge, your father's siblings and the children of your father's siblings didn't suffer from the same health
No.
problems that you and your family have suffered.
Not the ones I knew and met. They didn't.
And on your mother's side?
Nope. She's just got polymyalgia and rheumatoid arthritis. We got that off her, but That's all we
It's funny
got.
to love, but no, thank you very much for your evidence today. Tēnā koe.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Cassidy. That's you're done. Sir, I'm wondering if now might be an appropriate time to take the break.
Aye, it is. Thank you. So we'll break now and come back in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
The limo from Pizza Hut. It always delivers.
No go to bank. Join ANZ in app. Use your Visa debit 5 times and get $50.
Kia ora nō tātou. Ms. Dawson.
Tēnā koe, Your Honour. Our next witness is Mrs. Alicia Kaupapa. Mrs. Kaupapa's evidence is document number B15. Mrs. Kaupapa's evidence is also... Oh, it's not one of the confidential briefs anymore?
It was.
It was one of the confidential briefs, but I've spoken to our witnesses and they're happy for their briefs to be live streamed, so
Right,
the evidence
thank
to be live streamed.
Kia ora.
Mrs. Kaupapa, can you please confirm that your full name is Alicia Carmel Kaupapa? And that you have provided a brief of evidence dated 30th of May 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
Hi. And can you please confirm your evidence is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Kaupapa. Would you like to take a moment to introduce yourself to the tribunal?
Well, kia ora. I'm Alicia Kaupapa. I'm granddaughter of Thomas Harry Cassidy, and yeah, I'm just kia ora. Sorry, shy.
No, thank you. So at paragraph 7 of your brief, you talk about what you know about your papa being in the Navy. Can you tell us about that?
I didn't really know much because he was well out of the Navy by the time I was born, I think. But yeah, the only thing I ever heard him talk about being in the Navy was going to Hawaii and bringing back a Hawaiian t-shirt. That's all I know. Yeah. But as I got older, I learned a little bit more about his involvement in particularly Operation Grapple. Yeah, that's about it that I know.
Then from the top of page 2, you talk about the health challenges that you and your whānau have been facing. You start with female issues. Could you please tell us about your experiences with those issues?
Okay, can I just read or do I?
Yeah,
Okay, both me and my sister have got polycystic ovaries, and since the beginning of getting my period when I was about 11 years old, they've always been extremely painful and irregular. I've been to doctors since the beginning to try and find out what was going on, and had lots of blood tests and stuff, but nothing, they couldn't come back with anything until my mum took me for a private scan, and that's where they found all the cysts on my ovaries. And they didn't actually diagnose me with PCOS, they just said it looks like I have it. So, yeah. And that's for that. But because of the PCOS, I was told by the doctors that I wouldn't be able to naturally have children. And if I wanted to have children, I would need to go through IVF, which turned out to not happen. I just had a child naturally anyway. I've had 3. And yeah, that's it. Yep.
Okay. You also mentioned your sister, Shane Lee. Can you tell us that she has faced?
Okay, yeah, she had polycystic ovaries as well, but with her challenges, they weren't as much as mine because she was in the Navy when she found out, and they sorted it all out really quickly because she had a tumour on one of her cysts that needed removing. So hers was really quickly sorted out, and mine took a lot more years than hers. Yeah.
Then moving to paragraphs 16 to 17, you talk about the pain that you had as a child and also...
So as a child, I used to get a lot of aching bones, and doctors didn't really know. Like, my parents took me to the doctors, and I remember when I was about an intermediate age, they said it's possibly rheumatoid arthritis, and nothing really was done about it. And I sort of just grew out of it, or got stronger, I guess, when I was 15-ish. But a couple of years ago, I was actually diagnosed with arthritis in my thoracic spine in the multiple points, and the doctors said there's no cause for arthritis, they just know what it is but not why it is. So that's me and my bones.
Okay. Next, you talk about some skin conditions that you struggled with. Can you please tell us about that?
Just random rashes around my body, itchy, dry. I've got a couple one on my wrist, one on my hand. They just flare up every now and then. I don't know what the trigger is. The doctor doesn't know what it is. I just deal with it.
Next, I just wanted to ask you about your niece, Paige. Could you tell us about the health struggles that she has experienced?
Paige is my brother Daniel's oldest child. She's been in and out of hospital pretty much her whole life, and recently they've, within recent years, they've discovered that she's got intracranial hypertension, swelling behind her optic nerve, which they don't know the cause. They're still doing tests, lumbar punctures and all sorts to try and find out, but they still don't know the cause to this day. Yeah.
Okay. Finally, I'd like to take you to your conclusion section on page 5 of your evidence. There you talk about a few things you would like to see happen to improve support for your whānau. Can you tell us about those things?
Mainly based around the health issues. Like, personally for myself, going through the public system, trying to get answers for what was going on with me was really frustrating because it took years. And it's just disappointing that my example was I took years through a public health system, and then my sister was within a month sorted out because she was going through the Navy system. So I'm wondering if there's any way the public health system could be sped up or something. Yeah. Just maybe some sort of testing to find out if there is damage in our genes. And because, personally, I've got a daughter now, and I dread to think that I'm passing the same thing on to her that I went through. So it was quite horrible. and I just would like to know if it's better not to have kids. Yeah.
Aye.
Yeah.
You also mentioned in paragraph 28 better support for widows. Did you want to touch on that just a little bit, please?
Yeah, I would like to touch on that a little bit. My nana's been widowed for slightly over 20 years now. She never remarried. And now that she's getting on in years, I did find out that veterans support, the veteran services supported widows. So I rang up to find out what sort of support was available. And I was informed that it was only available to widows up to 1 year after the veteran died. So, like, I just think that's a little unfair because my nana never remarried, so she's still his widow. Like, I don't know if there's anything that could be recognised about that. Yeah, she got no support because it was more than a year after he died. Yeah, that she came asking. Yeah.
Kapai. Thank you, Mrs. Kapa. If you could please remain standing to answer any questions from the tribunal.
Yep, sure.
Kia ora, Dr. Phillipson. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Judge. Tēnā koe. No, I don't have any questions, thank you, but thank you for your evidence and for sharing what you have with us today. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Mrs. Kapa. There are no questions from the tribunal, but again, thank you very much for giving us this evidence today. Tēnā koe.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Mrs. Kapa. Our next witness is Miss Patricia Bookless. Her evidence is document number B3, but she would like her evidence to be taken as read, please. But she is happy to answer any questions if the tribunal has any.
Is your witness present? Oh, kia ora. You might have to introduce her evidence and get her to confirm it.
Yes, so Miss Patricia Bookless, her evidence is document number B3. Miss Bookless, can you please just confirm that your full name is Patricia Waimirerangi Bookless?
Yes.
And that you have prepared a brief of evidence dated 30 May 2023?
Yes.
And can you please confirm that your evidence is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Kia ora, thank you. Dr. Phillipson, any questions?
Thank you, Judge. Tēnā koe, Ms. Bookless. Thank you for coming in. I have read your brief of evidence and that you want to see research into the genetic conditions and that you want to see better access to specialists. And so I think I have a clear idea of what you've said, and so thank you. I don't have any questions, but thank you for your evidence, and it will be useful. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe, and I've read your evidence too. When did you get out of the Navy?
Oh, no, I wasn't in the Navy.
Ah.
That's her sister. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So let just me refresh what I've highlighted here and why I've highlighted it. No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Again, there are no questions from the tribunal, but as has been said, your evidence is before us, and due consideration will be given to it when we come to looking at this report. Thank you.
Thank you. You can. So our final witness for today is Ms. Carmel Hiriwini-Hona. I'll just ask Ms. Hiriwini-Hona to come forward.
Thank you.
The evidence for Ms. Hiriwini-Hona is document number B16. Ms. Hiriwini-Hona's evidence, it was one of the confidential briefs, but she's happy for that to be live streamed.
Oh.
Ms. Hiriwini-Hona, could you please confirm your full name is Carmel Hiriwini-Hona?
Yes.
And that you've prepared a brief of evidence for this hearing dated the 30th of May 2023?
Yes.
And can you please confirm that your evidence is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you like to take a moment to introduce yourself to the tribunal?
Ko Pūhanga Toho Rā Te Maunga, ko Punaka Tere Te Awa, ko Ngā Toki Matawhaurua Te Waka, ko Ngā Pui Nui Toni Te Iwi, ko Ngāti Pākau Te Hapu, ko Tāheke Te Marae, ko Carmel, Penny Justine Hiriwini-Hona, Ni Cassidy, ahau. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Ms. Hiriwini-Hona. If we can just turn to page 3 of your evidence, could you please tell us about what you know about your dad's service at Operation Grapple?
Nothing, only what I've been told from my siblings and well, not even mum. I'm the youngest of 7. I'm the youngest daughter. And I didn't know much about Dad's, only that he was in the Navy all my life, and he came out when I was 11 years old.
Thank you. And at page 4 of your evidence, you talk about some of your early memories of your dad being in the Navy. Are you able to tell us about those?
Sometimes we used to meet Dad. He used to meet us up Queen Street, and one memory for me was we met him in Queen Street. We hopped on the bus, went to Queen Street in my pretty yellow dress, and he took us to see Sinbad. And then another time was we had to meet him over at the naval base one time, and Mum had made this real nice picnic lunch, but we got all the way to the ferry building down the bottom of town and we missed the ferry, so in the end we just went home and had our picnic on the floor in the lounge. Those are my memories of my dad.
Thank you. So then if we just turn to paragraph 24 of your evidence, you start to talk a bit about your dad's, to page 5, where you start to talk about some of your dad's health conditions, and I'm wondering if you can tell us a bit more about those. So at paragraph 24, you talk about your dad's heart condition. Could you tell us some more about that?
Oh, only that Mum said that he had an enlarged heart and high blood pressure, and later on he ended up having angina.
Thank you. And then on page 6 at paragraph 27, you talk about your dad's sebaceous cysts and skin tags. Would you like to tell us some more about that?
Well, we've all got them. I have them in my body, sebaceous cysts. One's been removed. And most of us in the family have all the skin tags too. And I still have all lumps and that through my body, but the doctors don't know what it is, so.
Thank you. And at paragraph 28, your sister Michelle talked about this a bit, but if you want to give us your view, you talked about your dad having issues with his kidney. Are you able to tell us anything else about that?
Just that it shrunk to the size of I got told it was to the size of a pea, and the doctors didn't know why this had happened to him or what caused it, and it just got taken out, I think, or it just shrunk away.
Thank you. And then at paragraph 29, you talk about your dad's sleep apnea and the effect that had on him. Can you tell us about that?
He was diagnosed with sleep apnea, and so that's why he had to finish work, I think, because it was dangerous for him to drive. He might fall asleep while he was a taxi driver. He might fall asleep while he's working. So he retired. That was him.
Thank you. And then over at paragraph 30, you talk about when your dad was diagnosed with cancer. Would you mind telling us a bit about your dad's cancer journey?
Dad was diagnosed with cancer in 1996. I used to live in Auckland then, so I used to travel home from Auckland to Ngāwhā Springs most weekends to help Mum with Dad up until he passed away, which was in May 2001, the 11th of May. He did have, what do you call it, like treatment in Auckland Hospital, but I don't know, I can't remember what kind.
Thank you. And then on page 7, you start talking about some of the health challenges that you personally have struggled with. And the first one you mentioned there is about a cough that you developed as a teenager and that the doctors had some trouble diagnosing that. Could you tell us about that situation?
Yes, I was still at school, and when I was 13 years old, I developed this cough that I just coughed so much that I'd end up spewing. And it was really embarrassing when I'd go to school and start coughing because I couldn't stop. The doctors didn't know what it was, and I just got given this ugly tasting medicine which I used to take, and then it kind of disappeared after a year. It stopped happening.
Thank you. And then you talk about some of the skin conditions that you've struggled with over the years. I wondered if you wanted to add anything more to what you've already said.
I used to welt up when I was a teenager too. Big lumps, big welts in my body, and then they just gave me alpha kerry lotion to rub on and alpha kerry bath oil to bathe in. And that probably lasted for about a year too. It was just around about the same time I had that cough thing going on.
Thank you. And then at paragraph 39, you talk about migraines and struggling with migraines. Would you like to tell us about that?
Oh, fingers crossed. I haven't had one for a few years, but my whole family suffer from migraines, all our siblings and some of our children. And they're still ongoing today. But I don't know, I've never been diagnosed. I just go home once it starts happening. I see these little sparkly things and I've got like 15 minutes to get home, otherwise I'm stuffed. I can't go anywhere. And when I get home, I just go home and lock myself in the room, close everything up. I can't stand smell or noise. And if it gets really bad, I normally vomit and poo at the same time. And I've just can't take any meds because I just spew it up. So I just go to sleep, force myself to sleep, and hopefully it'll be gone when I wake up.
Thank you for sharing that. And then at the next paragraph, you talk about lower back pain. Would you like to tell us about that? That's about paragraph 40.
I just used to have real bad lower back pain. I thought it was from a car accident that I'd had in the 1990s, but it wasn't. So it's not so bad now though. It's all right, but I still get back pain. But I just get told I'm too overweight, too fat, and lose weight. That's all I ever get told from the doctors when I inquire about anything.
Thank you. And then at paragraph 41, you note that both yourself and your daughter Aniana have been diagnosed with thalassemia. Are you able to tell us a bit about what that is and how it affects you?
Oh, it's a blood disorder, and I don't know. I just had blood tests one day, and they came back and said that I've diagnosed with thalassemia, and it's from some Asian country way up somewhere in the world. But it's the research that's been done for it. It's a blood marrow thing with your bones and causes you bone problems, which which we all have in our family too, so yes.
Thank you. And then you also mentioned osteomyelitis.
Oh,
and you talked about that a bit. Could you tell us about that?
I had that when I was 11. I don't know what happened, but one morning I woke up and I couldn't walk. Mum and Dad had gone fishing, and I was just crawling around the house, and when they got home, Mum took me to the hospital. At first they couldn't diagnose me, but then they realised it was osteomyelitis, which is bone marrow. They have to scrape your bone. But in saying that, my older brother, who's my mum's son, he's also had that too, but no one else in the family's had that besides us two.
Thank you. And then you talk about sort of other conditions that you've had over the years. You describe it, things like aches and pains, headaches, and just general unwellness. Can you tell us about that?
I've had... I got sick. They thought I had malaria a few years back. They thought it was malaria. Then they said it's from was it a bird or a cat? Oh, I think mine were a cat scratch. And then I go to the doctors, and she used to call me the mysterious lady because they could never find out or figure out what was wrong with me. And I was her mystery woman. That's right, mystery lady. Oh, here's my mystery girl. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. And then sort of expanding upon what you just said, at paragraphs 49 to 50, you talk a bit about going to the doctor and raising some of your concerns with the doctors. Could you tell us about some of the responses that you've had and then how that made you feel?
So sometimes I've been to the doctors and I've, told them about Dad being in the nuclear, exposed to the nuclear blasts, and that, it could be because of that. They just kind of like laugh at me and saying, no, not at all. It's not because of that. But, how do they know? They don't, because we've never been tested.
Thank you. And so then if we go over to page 12 of your evidence, you talk there about the health of your children and your mokopuna. Starting first with Tera Tonu, could you tell us about his health challenges?
When he was born, he used to have purple feet. We don't know what that was caused from. The doctors couldn't explain it. And then he's had asthma, but he grew out of it. He hasn't had that since he was a teenager. But we talked to the doctors about, Dad's exposure, but they still don't. They just brush it off and say it's not that. He hasn't really had any serious illnesses or anything after that, but he has spent a lot of time in prison, my son. But he has those fatty bumps or sebaceous cysts too in his body, on his back, like me, in his arms. Yeah, that's about him.
Thank you. And then at paragraph 53, you talk about your son Thomas and a health issue that he had as a child. Are you able to tell us about that?
Yes. When he was 5, when he was 5 years old, we had a car accident. And then after that accident had happened, he used to have these real, I don't know if it was a psychological thing but he used to have these real bad dizzy spells and stuff and end up back in hospital, but they put the dye through his body, but nothing came back. This went on for a few years, but still no diagnosis, but I think he doesn't have that anymore.
Thank you. Next, you move to talk about your 2 daughters and some of the health challenges that they've faced. First of all, could you tell us about the challenges that they've had with their teeth?
Oh, they've both had hyperplastic teeth. They don't have enamel to protect their teeth. They were born like that. But the doctors reckoned it was because I took too many antibiotics, or they had too many antibiotics when they were little. But the thing is, they didn't really have antibiotics when they were little. That's their teeth. It's they end up with yellow teeth, and there's no protection for their teeth, so it cost a lot of money for them to have them done. Which Aniana had done, which costed $25,000 before she turned 18, but Veronica missed out. She didn't get in there. So, and that's a real big thing for her too. She gets really embarrassed about them.
Thank you. And then at paragraph 56, you talk about some rashes that Veronica struggled with as a child and as a teenager. Do you mind telling us about those?
Oh, Veronica had rashes when she was younger, but now as she's gotten older, she's it's really bad. They say they don't know what kind of fungal thing it is. It's like eczema, but it's not. They've given her a number of creams to apply to her body, but it works for a little while and then it just comes back even worse. And she still remains, she still gets it today, up most of her body.
Thank you. Then at paragraph 58, you talk a bit about your daughter Aniana and some of the issues that she struggled with, similarly to your two nieces who we've heard from, around PCOS and some other puku issues that she's struggled with. Do you mind telling us a bit about those?
Yeah. Aniana's always had problems all her life with her tummy. When she was little, she always used to complain about a sore tummy, but I just used to think she was trying to stay home from school. And then when she was 13, she was diagnosed with having a septated uterus, which is a uterus cut in half. It looks like that too, I've seen her x-rays. And she was told at that time that she probably won't be able to hold in any babies because they normally just fall out, having a septated uterus. But she's had one son who's 11. She's also had, what's it called? Salpingidiosis, which is like blistery things on the outside. Normally it's on the inside of the uterus. But now she's developed more. She's got them everywhere. They're on the inside and the outside of her uterus. She still has stomach problems today. She's waiting for a gynecologist, a specialist appointment. And yes, that's her. She still has real bad stomach problems. She's here today, but she's sitting over there listening to us on the big screen. She's come to support me.
Thank you. And then over at page 15, you talk about in paragraph 63 that Aniana now has to have regular blood transfusions.
Yes.
Do you mind telling us about that?
Yes, after she gave birth to her son, 11 years ago, she ended up having blood transfusion, and ever since then she's been having blood transfusions. Don't know why, but and her last one she had was last year, I think. Last year. There's something else. Blood transfusions. Oh, and low on iron. She's a low on iron. Well, we all are. All the women are low on iron, including myself. And we have to take iron tablets, or she has iron infusions. She's got to go into the hospital or doctors and get put on a drip, I think it is, and put the iron into her body as well. And that's ongoing.
Thank you. So now if we can just move to talk about your mokopuna. Firstly, you talk about Cortez and the skin conditions he struggled with. Could you tell us about that?
Oh, he has this rash thing all over his back too, but it's different to his mum's. There's no diagnosis yet. They just still give them fungal cream that might work or it doesn't work. He also had a like a thyroid thing removed from his neck. They said it was from a bird scratch, I think it was. I get mixed up. I'm a cat and he's a bird. or he's the bird and I'm the cat, sorry. Which was removed when he was younger. He's had funny teeth as well. But he's still ongoing with his rash.
Thank you. So, so if we go to the teeth then, actually at paragraph 69 you talk about both Cortez and Antoine having struggles with their teeth. Do you want to tell us anything else about that?
Just that Cortez's teeth were all removed at an early age. And Antoine's got teeth, like extra teeth, growing in his mouth that I only found out the other few months back. But yeah, he has this extra tooth that's growing in with his other teeth.
Thank you. And then finally you talk about your moko Marley and the skin troubles that he's had. Could you tell us about that too?
Marley has, they said it's eczema. He's another eczema child. It's probably about it that he still has today. Gets real bad eczema as well.
Thank you. So then, turning to talk about your siblings and wider whānau, and noting that we've had a few of your whānau here today already telling us about their personal situation. You've talked about, on page 16, paragraph 71, about how you feel that the conditions that your family struggle with might be linked to your dad's service. Could you tell us about that?
It's just that because of this happening, we've all come to notice that the majority of us are all sick. We all have bone issues, puku issues, skin issues, teeth issues, and what a coincidence that it's all through us, through our moko, through our children, and then their children, and because we wouldn't have known about Dad's thing if we didn't attend this, so we wouldn't have known. So we believe that it may be because he was part of the nuclear bomb testing.
Thank you. So I'm just going to touch upon your sister Robin, since she's not with us, or not here for this today. So you talk about Robin on page 18. Can you tell us about some of the conditions that she's struggled with?
She's had a thyroid problem, which she was given cancer treatment for, something called nuclear something. She couldn't remember the full name of the medication, but she just knew it was called nuclear something. That she used to go home and have to take this tablet, lock herself away in her room for a week, and no one was allowed to, come or go in that thing in her room. And then every day she had to change her linen every day. And the treatment, all she said was the treatment killed off her thyroid. But she still has ongoing issues too with her body and her bones.
Thank you. And then at paragraph 84, you talk about Robin's son and granddaughter having some issues with seizures. Could you tell us about that?
When Robert was, her son Robert, when he was, I think he was 1, he suffered from real bad seizures, and then now Tilly Rose, Robin's granddaughter, she suffers from bad seizures, Robin said, and she has them 2 or 3 times a year, that bad that she soils herself when she has her seizures.
Thank you. So then if we just move to the last section of your evidence, starting on page 19, In that section, you talk about some things that you'd like to see changed or some things from the Crown you'd like to see to help support your whānau and other Operation Grapple whānau. Could you tell us about those things?
Just that maybe there could be some kind of counselling for families and genetic counselling. Excuse me. Can I just read from...
Yes, if you want to.
I'll just read this. Over the years, I've been made to feel that myself and my whānau are to blame for the ailments we have suffered. Or worse, we are often not believed and not taken seriously by the doctors. It is embarrassing and frustrating to go to the doctors only to be told time and time again that it's all in our head or you just need to lose weight. It makes us reluctant to go to the doctor, even when we have genuine health issues and needs. It is also very distressing that we are all often not given any explanation for our health issues. It makes us think it must be the worst case scenario.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned about the family counselling and the genetic counselling. Did you want to maybe read out paragraph 92 as well, just to clarify that?
My lawyers have told me that since 2001, the children of Grapple have been able to get some help through Veterans Affairs with case management, family counselling and genetic counselling. I didn't know about this until my lawyers raised this with me, and I haven't accessed any of the services to date.
Thank you. And then just over on page 20 at paragraph 95, you talk there about some research that was done and that you might be interested in something similar happening for your whānau. Do you want to talk about that?
I'll just read it out. Is that all?
That's fine.
I know that there has been some research done which found that there was some genetic damage to veterans who took place in nuclear testing, including in Operation Grapple. In particular, there was a study done by Dr. Al Rowland and his team, which was a study of 50 of Operation Grapple veterans. A copy of the report is attached to the evidence of Mr. Teri Tahi. Although our dad didn't participate in that research, I was really interested in the results as it supported our thinking that there could be a link between Dad's exposure to nuclear radiation and his health issues.
Thank you. And did you want to just continue with paragraph 96 as well?
Okay. I understand that it might also be possible to do similar genetic research in relation to the children and grandchildren of the nuclear veterans to find out if they also have this genetic damage. If this is possible, then I think the research should be done, and I think the Crown should fund it, because it seems to us like the health issues we are facing are linked to our dad's exposure to nuclear radiation when he was serving in the Navy for the Crown.
Thank you. And then over at page 21, you make the same point that a few other people have made around wanting some support to get diagnosis and treatment faster. Did you want to add anything about that?
No, just that. Just tautoko everyone who's talked before me.
Thank you. And then just the last thing at paragraph 99, you just raise around the doctors again and some of the treatment you've had there, and that there might be some changes that could be made there. Did you want to speak to that too?
I'll just read this. That's all right. Also, it would be good if there was more education provided to the medical community about the possibility that the health issues we face could indeed be caused by our father's exposure to nuclear radiation. As I set out above, when I have raised this with doctors, they're always very dismissive of the possibility of the link to Dad's service. Others in my whānau have had the same experience. It makes me feel really awful when you're made to feel like it is all in your head. Having the research done would also help with the issue, as doctors will hopefully take us more seriously if we bring it up.
Thank you, Mrs. Herewere Hona. If you could please just remain to answer any questions from the tribunal.
Thank you. Dr. Phillipson?
Tēnā koe. Thank you for your evidence. It's been very helpful. I just wanted to ask you, you weren't the original claimant for this claim, so I was wondering how you became involved in the claim and how you became the claimant, and something about your journey with this claim.
It was, gosh, the man who's passed away, Roy Sefton, who got a hold of me. I think it was him, via email, to see if I would take over this claim for the veterans. And I think it was back in 2014 or 15. So I put my hand up to carry on this kaupapa for our people.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of what you've said in paragraph 94, if you could just turn to that in your brief. I'll just find it on my copy. So you've said there that you've seen this list of conditions that were very similar between your whānau and other whānau of nuclear veterans, and that's really, I think, been quite influential in how you've seen, where the possibilities might arise of the cause of these conditions. Are you able to tell us how many whānau and individuals were on that list?
I can't remember. Sorry.
Not off the top of your head. Do you still have the list?
No.
No.
Okay. I think it's with our lawyers.
The list is attached to Mr. Tahi's brief of evidence.
Mm.
It was a document that was provided to us some time ago by the Test Veterans Association. It might have been Mr. Sefton who had provided it to Ms. Smale.
Oh, okay. I don't remember seeing that. So does that have a list of all the conditions?
There was some research done back in the 90s, I believe, and it was as the whānau had been spoken to and a list had been made of the conditions. It's not clear sort of how many whānau are involved. It was just that the research had gone through and listed out when she'd spoken to different people what the conditions were that the various whānau members had identified.
Yes, I know what you're talking about now. Yes, thank you.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
I can try and find some more background to that document.
Yes, that would be useful. And also, while you're there, the one of the witnesses this morning, I think it was Mr. Purcell, referred to the recommendations of the expert panel being attached to his evidence. I couldn't find that, so if you could supply that, that would be helpful.
Yes, I did check that, and no, it wasn't attached to his original brief, but I have got a copy, and I can file that for you.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you. And I don't have any more questions, thank you, but I just want to thank you for your evidence and for sharing that sensitive information with us, so that we can understand what's going on. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ai, tēnā koe. Once again, I'd like to thank you and the whole family for bringing this evidence and giving it to us face to face, because it's not until you start laying it all out for us, we start to realise the impact that these illnesses have had on your family. Is there anyone in your siblings' family who really has escaped these, who's come through normally?
Maybe one of our sisters, maybe Dominique.
Yeah.
Or Carol, is known as Carol as well. She's the third. I'm the youngest, then it's Michelle, and then it's Carol. So she's really doesn't have any health problems. Her, it's probably one, her.
What
My
about her
brother,
children?
not too bad. Philip, he's the oldest. But he suffers from migraines and stuff too, but
Has Carol got children?
yes.
How about them?
No, they're all right. It's just her mokos
Yeah.
have bowel problems. 2 moko boys.
Yes, I mean, it's clear what the family want, and you really want to know, and you want research. And I can understand that because, if you knew, it might actually affect whether you have children in the future, right? Yeah, so we appreciate that.
Because quite a few, my daughter's, she's got one son, but she's been trying to have a son for 15 years now, and another child, sorry, but nothing's. And then I've got a niece who's in the same boat, Robin's daughter, Charlene. She's been trying for children, but she's 41 now, and still no children.
I see you attached your father's personnel record, which I was having a look at, which was, often personnel records don't have this much information on them. Have you learned anything from it?
Have I?
Learned anything from his personnel record?
Goings-ons. And what ships he served on.
Yeah.
And where they used to live.
I found, I was reading this confidential assessment of him, dated the beginning of 1956, which is before he went to Christmas Islands. And it says, his officer says of him, a good sturdy Māori boy who has been a good influence on the mess deck. He is a leading light at sports and very active. He has an excellent appearance, kit-wise. He is ambitious, and I predict that he will do well.
And he did.
It's a good description of the young men who would have been on the ships that went over to Christmas Islands before they were exposed, I guess. So, proud of that. So thank you for your evidence, and ngā mihi ki a koe ki tō whānau.
Thank you.
I wanted to just ask you a little bit about that inherited blood disorder that you have. I don't know how to pronounce it, thalassemia.
Thalassemia.
Aye. So it's been described as being an inherited blood disorder.
Yeah.
Did your father have it?
Not that I know of.
Anyone else further up the line in your family?
No, just me and my daughter. She was diagnosed with it, I think the end of last year or the beginning of this year. And I was diagnosed with it, I think 2 or 3 years ago, if I rightly remember. But no one else so far.
And no one else across your family?
No. Just rare rottens.
Right. And when you were born, your father was in the Navy?
Yes.
And you said you were 11, I think, when he came out of the Navy.
Out.
Did you see him much during that period?
No, I can just remember that time going to the movies with him to see Sinbad and
going on
and then going over to the naval base for a family day. That's all I can remember. And swimming in the navy pool with him and being on his back, holding on.
Thank you. I have nothing further, but thank you very much for your evidence that you've given us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the evidence for today, sir.
Good, thank you. Kia ora, Mr Law.
Your Honour, we're a bit unexpected to start so early in the day. If we could have 10 minutes to reset and arrange for our parties to get ready to prepare themselves, sir.
All right, thank you. So it's now 12:15, so we'll resume again at 12:30.
Yes, sir.
And at that time you'll present opening submissions.
Yes, sir.
And
Mr. Dennis Egan will present. We're currently sending someone to pick up Mr. Ryder right now. Hopefully he'll be available by that time as well, sir.
all right, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Sue, Ms. Dalamedi Nui here. Sorry, Sue, just if it would assist the tribunal, just noting the presentation from yesterday from Mr. Waka and the video that he was wanting to show that was 20 minutes long, if it would assist the tribunal and also my friend here, we could potentially use the next 20 minutes to
All right.
show that video.
No, thank you, that'll be fine. Thank you. Hey? Oh, you want to go to no, we're good. Because it'll take a while setting it up. Okay.
Kare te mo te whakawhisi koe ki tā wahi.
Kaya.
Oh.
Tō mātou pāpā whakamutunga anake e te mōhi o kei te whakawhisi o. Hoki mai au pre-embarkation leave. Hārai ki te kimi hare taku anku. Ia pai tau miki.
Ia pai tau.
Wera tō mātou pāpā whakamutunga. Ka kite mai au I te hoko tērā I wai o papa. Ano mātou, he take tāku, he take tāku pāpā. He ato take. Nei te hai whakawhiti au ki rā wai nā mahi hoia. Te tiro mai ki a ungu. E ki kai te hai koe te whakahemo I a koe. Ai. Ai, e noho tāu nei inuai. Aua te anō ake ko tai tāu ki e maunga pōhatu. E te whakamuai nā ahua tana inua I a koe. Uwhia tono ue tahi I mua tō haerena. Koe rāta nei mōhio.
Te whakawāte I a koe ngau tō. Whakauranga tira rā tērā. Whakauranga tira tērā.
Nā kauri mai a hopi tērā rā. O te hio ngā mate tino nui o te Eidon Orange. ko te mate huka. Te mate huka kino. Ana I mau, te maho o rāt mātou I mate ai, o mātou ho, pera tonu topi tuakala. I mau toni wai I te mate huka. Engari ka piti a koe roto tō mātou whānau. Kaleka.
Kare whakapapa o te mate huka I roto kata.
Kaleka. Ngā whānau Douglas e ngā whānau kaleka. Engari ki atu rāte ko te paihana, the 245T. I ki mai ko te kōrero. It induces number 2 diabetes. Te mea kino. So, ka mai tonu ia, ka ngaro ngā wai. Te wai te ho hipera māga. Ka kiti a koe wana mati. Wapango. E tapa ia wana mati.
Ne?
Ai. Ke e noho ana hia runga tana moima. E te pene tonu. E lalo kia wana waiwa ana ka heke te mati o te huka. Ana, ia.
Ko nau o mai ki nā mati kora.
E nia mohi o koe. Menga ko koe tēnā. Me pēhea ai koe ka pani tono. Ai di. I tōna nere kaharawa mo tēnā. I mate ai tēnā po I te massive heart attack.
O ne?
Ai in the hospital. I hoki mai tunu au he rangarangi, he rārangi I tuatu tēnā. Ka tapu hoki mai ki te kainga ka waia mai ana tamaiti kia o Dad just died.
My son, the one at home with the terminal cancer, this is how he treats me. Every time he gets angry with me, he said, "Dad, you gave me this."
He knows.
He knows, and that's how he treats me. You gave me this.
And what's Veterans Affairs done about it?
Nothing.
Right.
Nothing.
What do you think they should have done?
Well, what I want for them, Cliff, if there was any ministry that I'd like to put together, is the Ministry of Veterans Children's. A minister for veterans' children's.
Good point. There was two kinds of diseases that was exposed a little bit later. One was Agent Orange, very much relevant for those that went over there. And also for those that went in Malaya, they had the other disease, DDT.
That's right.
DDT. And that wasn't exposed until much later.
Much later.
And this is what we had to put in between. Remember the seams of our trousers?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And people are suffering from that as well?
They're suffering from that.
Yeah.
They said, no, you've got to put it in the seams and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Nah.
What happened afterwards? Skin rashes galore.
That's right.
And Harry and Willie told me yesterday one of his mates drunk himself to almost to death because it came on his face.
Yeah, all over his face.
Yeah, all over his face.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that came as a result of there.
Yeah.
You know, I got malaria up there.
Yes.
I got malaria up there. But it's on my card, and it's not even given it hasn't even been given a percentage of my disability.
Yeah, my disability.
And yet I got it from there.
Yeah. Well, that begs the question of how much do you have to wait to die till you get recognised?
Well, it gets to the stage, how did it affect us as Māori soldiers?
Good question. And what do you answer to that?
It's destroyed our DNA. Our whakapapa's finished. Because that baby over there's got no nothing anymore. Finished. It's destroyed our DNA.
Una Tuhura.
And you were, explain to me who was your partner at the time.
I was married to Oz for 46 years. I had been with him for 48. I met him just down south. He had come back from the army and went to see his whānau in Balclutha, like in Clydevale. And I had been down there trying to earn money sharing, fast money, so I met him there. And you see, when I miscarried, I didn't really know that it could be Agent Orange, that it could be anything to do with his sperm, it could be, it was all, I used to feel embarrassed then, it was me that...
You thought it was yours?
Yeah, I thought it was me. Because then after that, that simply was it. But we were still together,
Did you go to have blood tests at all?
I used to have blood tests, but it used to say the normal things.
I mean, with those...
It was difficult actually dragging him in to get it done, He didn't think that there was anything wrong because he was fit, he was working hard, but not that other side, And that was one of the things that happened, like 3 times, to go through to say to him, you can have this done to see if it is Agent Orange. He wasn't going to expose himself all over again to anything like that, that was kind of personal because he ended up getting cancer too. He got cancer before he had memory loss. So his cancer, it was prostate, and it was related to the Agent Orange. His memory loss was related to Agent Orange and every other thing he had.
And during that, towards that period of difficulty, I guess a period of difficulty, you did not seek any support or help from the army or specialists or anything like that? If he did, he wouldn't want to come.
Later years, like 20 years later, I'd roughly say, is that things got really, really bad in terms of his health because he wasn't sleeping, his snoring, he couldn't have an all-night sleep, he'd wake up at 2 o'clock and then go to sleep at 6 and cause, between him and I, because I'm going to work, but that used to be a problem. He'd be snoring heavily and wouldn't really have a good sleep, so he had all of that, which was in relation to...
Yes, it was in relation to the Agent Orange.
Yeah, Agent Orange. Going to the doctor, they would say that he's drinking too much, or other stuff. He's got arthritis. None of that was associated with
what he was suffering.
Yeah, what he was suffering. So it wasn't until we moved from Dunedin to Ashburton that I started to realise that it was from Agent Orange. And what that did to me was something else. It did something else to me that it just broke me up because I didn't realise then just how serious it was. Like you go away to fight for your country, or you think you're doing that in good spirits, and then you come home to it and they don't want you, and now they're not admitting that this is what caused most of it. Manufacturing over in New Plymouth, everything, and sending it to America, that was it. So that actually broke me up because then I started to get really soft inside, and after that I decided, well, I'm not going to let anybody say anything against anybody who's been in Vietnam. I started to get really worked up about it, and I thought, nah, this is not the guy.
He was suffering.
I didn't realise that this was due to Agent Orange, because what happened was during my time with Oz, I miscarried a lot. I miscarried 3 times, and I didn't really realise what was happening there, and the situation that it used to get us into, you know, like he used to wonder why we couldn't have children, he used to wonder why I used to miscarriage. It was really, really hard.
When you retired from the army, did they give you a full medical check?
Yes, I did have a full medical check. But we didn't, at that time, it didn't really
mean anything.
Yeah, it was just happy to sign everything, get everything done and get out of it, you know. In hindsight, I probably would have been asking a lot of questions about my own health.
Yes.
And making sure I was 100%. Before leaving, and I think that we should have been given the opportunity to, to maybe update our files. How are you feeling now? Because I just want to point out during our service and.
Is anyone from Tamaki Legal here? Oh. Can you go and get
Apologies, Your Honour. Our office just confirmed Mr. Wright has arrived, and we're now ready to present our case.
Aroha mai. E te kaiwhakawā, me koutou o te traipunera, ngā roia mō te krauna, me ngā roia mō ngā kaikireme, koutou ngā kaikireme, hori no ki te whare tēnei, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. May I please the tribunal? Counsel's name is Miss Smith Davey, and I'm presenting the opening submissions for the Y2005 claim on behalf of Ms. Denise Ann Egan and her whānau. Our opening submissions were filed on the 8th of June 2023 and given the ROI number 3.3.43. I only intend to present a summary of those openings given the limited time available. Ms. Egan's evidence is about her father, Mr. Thomas Cassidy, who served in Operation Grapple while in the Royal New Zealand Navy. In support of her claim, Mr. Robert Malcolm Ryder has filed evidence of his service in Operation Grapple while in the Royal New Zealand Navy. The claimants submit The Crown breached Te Tiriti o Waitangi by 1. Failing to adequately safeguard against underage enlistment of Mr Cassidy and Mr Ryder. 2. Unjustifiably placing Mr Cassidy and Mr Ryder into a situation where they were likely to be exposed to a toxic environment, knowing that the British military were analysing the effects of atomic bombs on equipment, stores and personnel with varying types of protection. 3. Omitting to advise Mr Cassidy and Mr Ryder that they were to witness the testing of nuclear bombs and of known stresses, risks and dangers posed prior to their departure on the HMNZS, Pukaki and Ototi. 4. Failing to take reasonable steps to equip and protect Mr Cassidy and Mr Ryder from likely exposure to a toxic environment during Operation Grapple. 5. Failing to take reasonable steps to monitor the health of Mr Cassidy and Mr Ryder after they were placed in situations where they were likely exposed to a toxic environment. 6. Failing to provide adequate, reasonable and timely rehabilitation support for Mr Cassidy and Mr Ryder and their descendants. And finally 7. Failing to adequately recognise the contributions of Mr Cassidy and Mr Ryder in a timely manner. The treaty principles and corresponding Crown obligations to veterans and their descendants. In accordance with these principles with the principle of active protection and partnership, and in accordance with the corresponding duties of good faith and consultation provided through Te Tiriti, the Crown assured the claimants their existing rights would be actively protected with the utmost good faith and to the fullest practicable extent. Active protection includes in scope the active protection against ill health. This includes medical responses to the effects of ill health and remedial action against its causes. It includes a remedial action against indirect causes such as environmental, social, economic, cultural and institutional factors. The obligation to actively protect the claimant's interests is heightened in the knowledge of past historical wrongs done by the Crown and any prejudice that has affected subsequent generations. The following relief is sought and will be added to and expanded upon at closings. A finding that the claim is well founded and that the Crown breached its duties to the claimant. A sincere and public apology from the Crown to the claimants for the prejudice they have suffered and continue to suffer. Our recommendations is for increased medical monitoring of Operation Grapple veterans and their descendants. The establishment of a database recording of health problems suffered by Operation Grapple veterans and their whānau that is accessible to veterans and researchers to enable further research on the links between service and Operation Grapple and the health problems of veterans. Commissioning of further scientific research and assessment of Operation Grapple veterans, comparing their health to a control group. The commissioning of further scientific research and assessment to determine the extent of genetic damage to the descendants of Operation Grapple veterans. Financial assistance for the descendants of Operation Grapple veterans that suffer specific health problems. An improved Veterans Affairs New Zealand case management system for veterans and their whānau with regular kanohi ki te kanohi check-ups, which would enable elderly and those with disabilities to access all the support they are entitled to. An opt-in national register of all Operation Grapple veterans and their descendants. Registration would entitle the member to a unique health identifier code that alerts all medical professionals that either they are a veteran of Operation Grapple and have likely been exposed to radiation or a descendant of one. Any other recommendations as well that the Tribunal considers appropriate in the circumstances. Your Honour, those are my opening submissions. Unless there are any questions, I will now ask Ms Egan to present her evidence.
No, thank you. Any matters of clarification, Dr. Phillipson?
Thank you, Judge. No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If you call your first witness.
Denise. Aroha mai. Mr. Ryder will also be reading a summary following Denise Egan.
Do you propose to have them at the same time?
Kyle, so first we'll have Denise Egan.
Aye.
And Mr. Ryder will also be reading a summary. He also understands that the tribunal will have already read his full brief of evidence, which was given the ROI number B2.
All right, so we're going to hear from Mrs. Eden.
Denise first, sorry.
Yes, thank you.
God bless you. My name is Denise Egan, and I'm the named claimant for the Y 2005 claim. I live in Northland in Whangarei and also Nawha Springs, which is near Kaikoui, for the past few weeks, and currently working as a caregiver. I'm of Māori descent. My hapu and iwi on my father's side is Te Mahurihuri, which is Ngāti Pākau of Tāheke, also Waima, Tuhirangi and Otawa. On my mother's side, my hapu and iwi are Ngāti Whakauwe of Te Aroa. This brief is in relation to my father, Thomas Harry Cassidy. He served in the Royal New Zealand Navy. The evidence in this brief concerns the health effects and impact on my father and my family from his service during the British nuclear tests in the Christmas Islands in Operation Grapple. I've provided evidence in this brief with my mother, Patricia Gloria Cassidy, which I'm speaking on behalf of today, not just my mum, but my dad and the rest of my whānau. Some of the evidence has been taken from my father's military service records. My mother, Patricia, was born on May the 7th, 1939. My mother and my father had seven children, one whāngai son and my eldest brother from a previous relationship. My family have already spoken about today. My father is survived by his whānau, children and mokopuna. My mother lives in Northland, where my late father comes from, in Nawha Springs. My father died on the 11th of May, 2001, although his death certificate says he died of prostate cancer. It was much more than cancer of the prostate, as it spread to his bones and back. He also had health issues. We laid him to rest at his whānau Urupa in Tāheke. My mother has lived in Nawha Springs for over 30 years now. My father was born on the 21st of January 1939. He was only 15 years old when he enlisted in the Navy. He served in the Navy from the 8th of April to 1954 until the 21st of January 1976 as a petty officer. He stopped going on tours in 74 and later retired as the Chief Petty Officer. After serving 22 years in the Navy, all he got was a certificate of participation in Operation Grapple and some medals. My father was not here to receive his medals, as they never recognised his service in Operation Grapple until he died. When my mother met my father in the early 50s, 1957, he was only 17 going on 18 and already in the Navy. My mother was also 17 years old. He had just returned from England and was sent to Christmas Islands that same year. He was only 18 at that time. She didn't think that the Navy could send him to sea until he was a certain age. My father and mother were married in Rotorua on May the 31st, 1958. My father was away at sea a lot, and for anything up to 4 to 6 months at a time. It was not easy for my mum to take care of all of us on her own. My father was on the ship Pukaki, when he was sent to Christmas Island. He did not know where they were going when they left the port of Auckland, nor did they tell him he would be witnessing nuclear bomb tests. They had already left New Zealand when the Navy announced they were going to Christmas Island to take part in Britain's nuclear tests. My father witnessed nuclear bomb tests while on the Pukaki, as they were supposed to be out there collecting information for Britain. During the tests, he wore white overalls. He was told that overalls would protect him from the nuclear fallout. Most of the men were young, like my dad. The Navy just ordered them to assemble on the ship's upper deck, where they were made to sit or stand on the decks. They were given cards to test for radiation levels. My dad was told that radiation level was normal and that there was nothing to worry about. They never got their test results back. My father was also made to stand at attention at the bow of the ship's deck. The ship was so close to the blast that the force of the explosion threw him off his balance and he hit the bulkhead of the ship. My dad was also told to sit down on the top deck and turn his back to the blast. He was told to close his eyes and cover them with his hands. After they counted down, the bombs were detonated. There was a flash of light and he could see the bones in his hands through closed eyes. My father called it gamma rays because it was like an X-ray of your bones. The Navy treated them like guinea pigs, telling them to turn around and face the bomb blasts. My father never had a medical after the bomb tests. Instead, the ship had to be cleaned down with seawater. They could also go swimming and fishing. When my father's health began to worsen, he was getting a lot of pain in his lower back. The doctors put his back pain down to strained back and did not diagnose him properly. My father was sent to a chiropractor and it was the first time my mother ever heard Dad scream. He was in so much pain that my mother could hear him screaming from the waiting room when the chiropractor would crack his bones. He then was admitted to Whangarei Hospital. It was not until he got the CT scan, the MIR, and biopsy that they found he had cancer. My father had turned 56 when he was diagnosed with prostate cancer. His cancer had metastasized and spread to his bones, back and spine. My father was in a lot of pain for 6 years until he died in 2001. During this time, Mum took care of him. My father was seeing a radiation oncologist who advised cancer and subsequent disablement cannot be specifically attributed to the war service. There is an additional long-term risk of malignancy as a result of low-dose radiation exposure which may have occurred during military service. However, it would not be possible to establish with any certainty whether previous low-dose radiation was a cause of his prostate cancer. After my father died in 2001, the New Zealand Veterans Affairs produced a list of conditions in 2007 that automatically accepted service-related conditions. This included bone cancer. My father also had anxiety and severe sleep apnea, which added to his health problems. He suffered from sleep apnea for many years. When my father was diagnosed with cancer, he would drive himself to Green Lane Hospital, that's from up north. My father attended both Whangarei Hospital and Green Lane Hospital. He travelled to Auckland to go to Green Lane Hospital for radiation treatment. My father loved driving because it was the only thing that kept him sane. My father and mother were receiving a couple sickness benefit. My father also received a pension for war disability between 6th of July 1999 and 22nd of May 2001. On the 24th and 28th January and February 1979, his test results showed that his cancer had spread. On the 9th of December 1997, Dad's doctor confirmed the War Pension Office that his dad's cancer was widespread and incurable. However, my dad did not receive approval for a full pension until the 17th of April 2001, shortly before he passed away on 11th of May 2001. Dad never got compensation. He only got a sickness benefit and war disability pension. The veterans from Operation Grapple began noticing that they were getting similar health conditions and or cancers. They also started noticing certain hereditary conditions among family members. Also, our family, several female members stated having similar fertility, ovarian and menstruation health problems. Some of our family have spoken to this earlier today, so I won't repeat it. At 16, I was diagnosed with a rare form of leukemia and blood disorder. I also suffered from other health conditions. In 79, I was 19 years old. The doctors discovered that I had a tilted pelvis and problems with my hip joints. I could not deliver my first child, Philip, naturally. The doctors advised me that I would have to replace both hip joints before I turned 30. They said I was born with a bone deficiency. In 92, I also had a curette procedure at Green Lane Hospital that saved me from having a full hysterectomy. Since I was 16, I also suffered severe rheumatoid arthritis in my wrists and would have to receive Goldie shot injections. The Goldie shot injections helped relieve the pain. I also suffered from extreme pain and stiffness around my joints, muscles and bones, and have had to stop full-time work because of it. In New Zealand, Nuclear Test Veterans Association kept veterans and whānau informed over the years. Some remaining veterans, including veteran Robert Ryder, are giving evidence in this inquiry and continue to be a voice for their comrades. We pay tribute to them and all the veterans and ask that this inquiry hold the Crown accountable. After all, the buck stops with the Crown as the veterans were a part of the Royal New Zealand Navy under the Queen's protection. My father died prematurely from all his health conditions. We believe it stemmed from the nuclear tests at Christmas Island. The Crown protection during his service and after was inadequate. In the end, he suffered a lot. Members of our family and his descendants have conditions too, suffering ongoing health problems. My father was only 15 when he enlisted in the Royal New Zealand Navy, and only 18 when he served on the Pukaki in Operation Grapple, being sent to Britain's nuclear tests. Would have affected a young person's mental and physical health. It has also affected the health and well-being of our family, endangering the integrity of our whakapapa. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you.
If Your Honour doesn't have any more questions for the claimant.
Oh, just a minute, I'll ask. Any questions? Any questions? Mr. Phillipson, do you have any questions of this witness?
Yes, tēnā koe. Thank you very much for your evidence. I was just wondering about the claim. You're the named claimant, are you, for this claim?
Yes.
Why 2005? Yes. Did you file the claim, or did you take it over from someone?
No, I filed the claim.
You filed the claim. So can you just tell us a little bit about why you decided to file a claim with the tribunal? And you know, was there a whānau? I'm just trying to work out why there are two claims.
Well, I went with the tribunal because I'm now 63, and over the years of going backward and forward to the doctors with different health complaints, they tended to just dismiss me when I mentioned Operation Grapple. But for myself, and as a researcher myself, I look at I know it's different bomb situation. I look at the atomic bomb that they drop on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the fallout over the years through all the people, you know. And so having looked at those conditions that happened then and what is happening now and amongst our whānau and to all the other veterans' families, I see a connection there. And so, because I was getting nowhere and I didn't really know much about the veterans one, but I had another claim with the Waitangi Tribunal, and they mentioned about the Operation Grapple, so I went with them. That's why I went with the Waitangi Tribunal.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your evidence. It's
You're
been very
welcome.
helpful.
That's it.
Kia ora, there are no further questions from the tribunal. Thank you very much for your evidence.
God bless you.
Kia ora anō. Again, I would like, we have Mr. Ryder who will be presenting his evidence from via AVL from
Right.
Tamaki.
Right. It's noted in the schedule that I have that he will take about 25 minutes.
Yes, it could be less, even less.
Right.
14,
I
15.
understand from the kitchen that they're running about 20 minutes late.
Okay.
So it'd be good if we could hear him now.
Kia ora, Your Honour.
Kia ora, thank you.
Hello. My name is Robert Malcolm Ryder.
Right.
I'm also known as Max or Red.
What number is this?
I was born on the 2nd September 1940 in the 60s.
B2, Your Honour.
No, thank you.
Is that going through?
Sorry, Mr. Ryder. Carry on.
Speaking about my time in the New Zealand Navy and on HMS Rotorua during the nuclear bomb test at Christmas Island. I joined the Navy in May 1956 when I was 15 years old. I attended Hastings High School and did army training through the school. I was 14 then, as most of the kids did it. I wanted to be a sailor all my life though. After basic training was over, I was assigned to HMS Rotorua. I was posted to the ship in late August 1957. I was about to turn 17 and assigned the role of seaman boy telegraphist. I soon found out that we were heading to the Pacific Islands. I thought we were going up to the islands to blow channels through the reefs when we got our drafting orders. After a few days sailing, we arrived at Rarotonga. We went ashore while we were there. It was after we left Rarotonga for Christmas Island that we were told about the nuclear bomb test. The skipper read the orders out over the ship's loudspeaker. At the time, we didn't think anything of it. When we got to Christmas Island, I was shocked to see thousands of British troops there already. There were British ships everywhere of all sizes. British aeroplanes flew all around us. It was a sight I will never forget. There was no wharf at Christmas Island, or there must have been a jetty of some sort, of course. Although all the ships were anchored at sea, we ended up staying there a few weeks. We spent most of our time there on board ship. Now and then we would go ashore when we were off duty and use the canteen that was there. No one talked about why we were there. We kept ourselves busy running our exercises and practicing our drills. We put up weather balloons to get atmospheric readings. But our ship was a weather ship. We were there for about 6 to 7 weeks until they tested the bomb. During my time on Rotorua, we witnessed one bomb test on 8th November 1957. Although they dropped the bomb, it started as any other day. We had our anti-flash gear on, that's gloves, dark glasses and a hood over our heads and covering our faces. We had been using the anti-flash gear and so we were familiar with it. The officers in command arranged for the crew to stand in rows on the upper deck. We had our glasses on. We were told to close our eyes and place our hands over our eyes. We stood there waiting with our backs to the blast. After a short wait, the countdown began. They detonated the bomb before the countdown ended. Then we were told to turn around and face the drop point. There was a deep rumbling sound. It wasn't a loud bang. When the shockwave came in, you could hear the ship bending and buckling. Well, it wasn't actually, but it sounded like it was. It was a very bright light. I had never seen anything like it. Even though we had our eyes closed and our glasses on, you could see the bones in your fingers in that light. I quickly looked at my mate, Ray, standing next to me, and I could see right through his navy clothes and skin. I could even see his skeleton. That's how bright this light was. My clothes were sticking to me because of that blast. After the bright light was gone, and we looked out and could see that the horizon had gone all red. There was a massive blast cloud climbing into the sky. It was huge. It kept growing and growing until it hung over our ship thousands of feet in the air. It easily blocked out the sun. That's when it got a bit scary for me. We went down below the waterline and sailed away for about 8 hours. The ship was washed down, but the radiation was everywhere and throughout our bodies. They also used the sprinklers on the ship to wash the ship down. After washing the ship down, we sailed back to Christmas Island. Although the ship was washed down, we never got instructions how to decontaminate ourselves. We just washed our arms until we get to the shower. On the night after the bomb test, we were watching a movie on deck when it started raining. At the time, though, we didn't know that the bomb had soaked up loads of seawater when it went off. And so the rain that came down on us was full of radiation. We sailed to the actual test site to get water samples. During that time, you could still go ashore. We were allowed to get into one of the British planes and fly over the test site. It was another sight I'll never forget. The bomb had broken up the coal, and so the sea was black for miles and miles around Christmas Island. There were dead fish everywhere, including sharks and even some whales. During my time in the Navy, I visited the blast site at Nagasaki. What I was looking at from the British plane around Christmas Island was much bigger than the blast site at Nagasaki. We stayed on at the test site for a few days, but eventually we left and returned to New Zealand. The Navy did some funny things to us after the bomb test. We weren't allowed to talk to anyone about what had happened outside the Navy. There was a gag order on us. There were no blood tests after grapple, even though they do blood tests on you in the Navy every 6 months. There were never any official discussions about grapple. It was like it never happened. We did courses in the Navy on radiation and gamma rays, but we still weren't told about the effects of nuclear radiation. The course had not been part of any learning before grapple. The hydrogen bomb they dropped at Christmas Island was massive. They had much greater destructive power than atomic bombs. This was common talk amongst those we knew in the Navy about how the scientists did not expect such a big blast. So maybe we were closer to the bomb when it went off than we should have been. Not long after we got back, we started to notice things going wrong. Men from the ship started getting very sick. They had strange illnesses that we had never seen before, but no one knew what it was. So many have died over the years that anyone would think we had been to a war. It was an extremely frightening and stressful experience. A lot of those guys have been to Korea and managed to come home. It's a shame that they end up being killed by our own. When the British first asked the Australian Prime Minister for men to test the bomb on, he told them to get stuffed. He said he wasn't going to let his men be used as guinea pigs. Our Prime Minister, Sid Holland, then said, yes, away you go. Thanks, mate. I came out of the Navy in 1965, 1966, I was sick leave. During my years in the Navy, I would visit the canteen only to be told that so-and-so had died. It was demoralising. I remember talking to George, one of my mates in the Rotorua. He was very ill. His body had wasted away from what it used to be when he died. I suffered quite a bit with my health as well. Just after leaving the Navy, I ended up in hospital, almost paralysed. I was there for months. The doctor seemed to think that I would not live. My legs were affected as well. At the time, they didn't know what it was, but I figured out later that I had radiation in my spine. The doctors never knew anything about radiation to diagnose. In the end, they grafted bone from my hip into the spine to fix it. I had some steel screws inserted in my spine and between my shoulder blades. Well, that was done. The shoulder blades one was done in 2012. My legs have started playing up again though. It's from the spine and it's very bad. In 2019, I had bowel cancer. I was having radiation and chemotherapy and finished treatment in November 2019. On top of that, I get this stitch that gets very sore when you scratch. It's very strange. I have had to pay for all my medical treatments, including an orthopaedic specialist. It's cost me thousands of dollars. I got no help from the government for it, except when the Veterans Affairs paid in 2012. I get a veterans pension, a war invalid pension, and have a super gold card. My family life has also been affected from what happened back on Rotorua. 2 of my children were born with deformities, even though we never had any history of deformities in our family. I don't know what they called the deformities. We never gave them names. They died as newborn babies. It has been difficult for me mentally as well. After I came out of the Navy, I was getting in trouble everywhere I went. I was knocking people over. I worked as a labourer in my first job after I got out of the Navy. I swore at the foreman, got sacked on the spot. That's the kind of thing that was happening to me. I was struggling to fit in. I get the disability allowance for my PTSD. I was diagnosed with PTSD by a specialist around 2000 in either Te Puke or Waitara. In my view, New Zealand vets are the worst treated. Veterans are treated quite well in Australia, America and England. You can put in a claim to Veterans Affairs, but as soon as they realise it's Operation Grapple, they chuck it away. This is how a lot of us were treated. My last approach to them would have been about 18 years ago. Even when I got an injury from my time on Endeavour, when a watertight door slammed shut on my hand, I never got any assistance for that either. As for ACC, reviewing the services, they say they have nothing to do with us and that we should go to Veteran Services. I am an official member of the New Zealand Nuclear Test Veterans Association. It was more like a club for the veterans. Royce Tifton was chairman, Terry Tay was the treasurer. Terry was on the radio really with me. The test vets have been fighting for compensation for years for what has happened. In the early 2000s, too many people ended up in hospital. We filed our case in England against the British government. I know the mass union was doing tests on grapple survivors to help with the case, but I didn't take part in those tests. And around 2008, Roy got flown over to England to attend the court case. There was a documentary done on him, and then it ended up being awarded a QSM, but unfortunately we lost the court case. I have received several New Zealand Test Veteran Association newsletters over the past few years, from about 1998 to 2006. It would give us updates from Roy on what the club is doing, information about how we can get help for our problems, news on the legal cases we are fighting, the pushback we are getting, artists from other parts of the world that could be relevant. Annexed here to and marked with letter A is a bundle of extracts of newsletters I've received with a covering index. I believe there are not many of us left from the Rotowiti. I want to speak for all those sailors who have gone before me. The New Zealand government has never apologised for putting us in a situation when there were no risk of danger from Britain's nuclear tests, and they should have learnt from past experiences. We want the government to acknowledge that they knew the risks to have harm to us that also affected our family. And one thing I'd like to add too is I noticed all the others, not one of them mentioned, all the time these things were happening when the boys are even in Malaya in Vietnam, you know, we had to pay tax. We had to pay tax for the privilege of being sent to our women die for our country. Well, that's it.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Ryder. Anything you wish to add?
Unless the tribunal, unless you have some questions.
Right, I'll just thank you. Dr. Phillipson, any questions?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Ryder. Thank you for that evidence. That's very helpful. I don't have a question, but I was wondering if Council could file the court case, the court decision in the case that Mr. Ryder referred to in his evidence. That would be helpful. Otherwise, thank you very much for your evidence.
Are you able to do that, Council?
I will do that.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Ryder. First question, so you joined underage. Do you think the Navy should have prevented you from enlisting underage?
Well, they didn't know at the time. One time they found out I was overage.
I suspect if you had your time over again, you wouldn't enlist underage?
Well, yes, I think I would. But not if I'd have known what was going to happen in the bomb chest, though.
Very good. I'm just reading your brief at paragraph 13. You say it was throughout the ship, the radiation, and it was through our bodies. Did you think that at the time, or is this later that you think this?
Oh, I didn't know. I was only a young kid at 70. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know about radiation.
The gag order that was put on you, why do you think you were not allowed to talk about it?
We were just told we weren't allowed to.
You didn't stop to think about why they were telling you that. You just followed the order. And
Well, this is singing the services. We give an order, you go ahead and do it.
in paragraph 20, you talk about your mate George, who died young. What was his last name?
He was one of the Navy then, this is down in Hastings. His name was George Coleshaw. A lot of boys will remember.
Thank you. And my last question, do you have other children? You talked about your two that died as babies.
Oh, yes, I've got 3. Okay. They were all older. They were all older, just hit me.
Okay.
It hit me all of a sudden now, like my back. It was exactly the same as that last speaker. Starting to spawn on my back. Yeah, and it was after that that those 2 kids were lost.
So you never had children after that, after those 2?
No.
Well, thank you very much for your evidence. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Oh, kia ora, Mr. Ryder, and thank you for your evidence. We understand that you haven't been well, and thank you for the time that you've taken to come and present to us today. We found your evidence most helpful. Tēnā koe.
Lovely.
Your Honour, that concludes the evidence for the Y005 claim today. Thank you.
Kia ora. So that's, we don't have any further witnesses today, and that essentially ends the proceedings for this week. Are there any issues Council wishes to raise before we close? Right, thank you. So just to conclude, I'd like to make a few comments on behalf of the Tribunal and thank certain people for the evidence that they have provided this week. Firstly, the week started very appropriately with the comments of Tar Robert Bom Gillies, who essentially set the scene for us in a way only he can do. I recall his evidence at Whakatane, which was very different to what we heard this week, but again it highlighted how sharp his mind still is, notwithstanding what he said, and again it set the scene for this week's hearing. Following Tara Robert, we heard from the 2 technical witnesses, Philip Cleaver and Keziah Walker, and in their absence I'd like to thank them for the presentation of that evidence. As you're all well aware, they're coming back again to be further examined in relation to the reports that they have completed. In respect to the veteran witnesses and their families who have presented evidence and told us their very personal and sometimes very raw stories, on behalf of the Tribunal, we'd like to thank you for the courage that you have shown in presenting that evidence to us. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of the military, to Lieutenant Colonel Tansfield and your team. Thank you for being here. I hope you've learned something, and I think it's important that you hear firsthand the evidence that is being presented to this tribunal, so thank you. To Claimant Counsel and Crown Counsel, thank you very much for the work you've put into this hearing. It came as a bit of a rush, but I think you've all coped very well, and you've got a bit more time before the next hearing, and we look forward to seeing you there. I'd also like to at this time acknowledge the work of Sir Doug Kidd, who recently resigned from this tribunal. We miss Sir Doug, and we miss his military experience. I'd also like to welcome to the tribunal Dr. Hannah O'Regan, who wasn't able to be with us this week, but she will be with us next time round. And finally, just acknowledge my tribunal members, Sir Grant Dr. Grant from Invercargill, and Tāpau and Monty, and also the tribunal staff who have assisted us during the course of this week. Nō reira ki o koutou Ngāti Whakaue, tēnei te mihi atu ki o koutou, tēnei te mihi ki tō manaakitanga, ki tō arohatanga ki te rōpū whakamana o te titi i te wiki nei. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Eko.
Unuhia tapu take o ngā kōrero te wānanga unuhia rā te hautapu o ngā riki. Whakaidia e rongo ki ngā pātū o te rangi ka waihua tui reira ki atu taki anō mātau ki te taitoke rau. Mai ea te tipua, mai ea te tawhito, mai ea te kāhui o ngā riki, mai ea te whiwhiki a rongo. E rongo e whakarongo mai rā ki te ahurewa tēnei mātau ka hoki nei ki o mātau ka inga. Ki o mātau wāhi noho. He tono ki a koe, e rongo ki a mana ki tia ki a atawhaitia mātau e koe irunga i te huarahi ki ara i atu e koe ngā kino ngā whiu ngā itua ngā whakaaro ki no te rangi o te whenua o taki wā ngā wai. Ngā tūtuki ngā wai ki a whakawātea tia e koe ki a taipai mātau ki o mātau ka e ngai muri i tēnei nohanga o te rōpū whakamana o te siriti o Waitangi. Tuku a mātau ki a haere irunga i te rangi māria, horaina, te rongo ki te huarahi e tai ai pai ai mātau ki o mātau kāinga. E rongo e whakarongo mai rā, whakatūturu tia ka whakamau kia tīna. Hui e, iki e. Kia ora tātou.